wanted to, this is what I had on mine, sacrifice of the wicked. And we read that scripture, and sacrifice, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Father. We read that. But what is it? Where does it apply? What on earth is it? Is it being done all the time? No one seems to care. Well, the world cannot care. The world definitely doesn't care. But there's always two things, good and evil. And then there's a branch, a root, two roots, of which everything branches out, a bad tree or a good tree, good or evil. In this world, it's just one mixing of things, and then it's just one thing. There's never two. And it's like, this is so simple and yet so powerful. Still need to be given amazingly to see it, even though it's simple. So then there's like a literal sacrifice that I do believe exists in this world, but you'd have to try to hide that pretty good because of how horribly evil that looks. But for us, it's horribly evil, but it looks evil. You would have to hide that the best you can in the world, those working in it, to rise up in this world as like powerful, more power, more, you have to sacrifice others, and it's at their expense in their life to get carnal, worldly benefit, power, gain in and of this world. But then seeing the spiritual thing, and it's like sometimes it seems overwhelming when he shows us things, but just have to keep going, because then when you start seeing it, you start seeing more and more on whatever scriptures on the mind that he's teaching us. But then you see the work connected to that, and it's horrible. So then there's always two things, the good sacrifice and then evil sacrifice. And so then, and we read about the sacrifice of the animals for the atoning for the sins of the people. And that's a type that covered them in this way, and it's truth right now. But to go back to that natural thing, something about the kingdom, it would be evil, real wicked, because what it always meant is true and reality now in Messiah. Therefore, to be that, doing that thing back there, specifically sacrifice, is denying like Messiah utterly and denying the Father utterly. When that's someone's truth, when the carnal thing in this way is someone's higher thing in truth, then the heavenly thing isn't being lived. And this is like a discernment we need on what does it mean, and what is it for, what's the value, what should we do, all these things. I mean, the Father's the authority. He says this works like this works like that, and we have to hear from him. Even though, I see a distinction between that and his commandments. But then all his commandments, they need to be taught by our true teacher, or else we'll never understand them and do the works on what it means. But when someone murders someone with the heart, that's murder to the Father. It's supposed to be murder for us. That's what murder, that's the real murder that comes first before anything else, and that is sin, to murder in the heart. And you can picture it by picturing the literal thing. Someone's life is taken at their expense for the one taking it. But there's so many different ways to do that in this world, not just murder, and of course not just literal murder, through so many ways, lying and all the variations of lying and evil is complicated because it's real deep and messy, because there's never a true thing in lies. There's never a pure foundation at any point. There's nothing connected to truth. Therefore, it becomes a giant web of lies, of confusion and complicated mess, because there's no truth in lies. And when one lie is done, that wasn't truth. Therefore, if truth comes right next to it, it will expose it. It'll destroy and contradict it and stomp it. So then another lie has to be used to cover that lie, because truth would expose it. For any lie, truth would expose it. But when you have truth, boom, there it is. And, all good is connected, all evil's connected. But when there's truth, it's simple, clear, and doesn't need anything to cover it or explain itself. It just is already true. Which doesn't mean that you can't speak on connections. It's just that there's no cover needed for truth. When there's a lie and it looks bad to people in this world, you have to use another lie to cover that lie. But when you use that other lie to cover the lie, that's going to create its own problems. And then you got to keep going, and it never ends, literally. I don't think there is an end. Because then I would be denying something true about the bottomless pit that I read of in the Father's Word. It just keeps working like that endlessly, literally. And it is kind of freaky what it's in my mind right now concerning how that, like, a lie added to a lie, and I see like this thing that's growing and it never stops growing. It's kind of freaky. What is the end of that? There is no end. How do you stop it? It's monstrous. The only way to stop it is through death, denial of self. But it needs to be destroyed. And the world itself, what it is and how it runs, and all the evil breaking of the commandments constantly, it just needs to be destroyed. There's no hope for it. There's hope because it will be destroyed. That's our hope. But there's no hope in and of the world to become good. There's no hope. And that's going to sound pretty bad in this world. That's going to sound real bad. It's going to make us look evil. So let it be. So let it be done. When someone, what's the word? You are worried about looking good. And when that's the intention, and when that's what someone's mind, it's already doing evil, because it's compromising constantly. Whatever truth is, whatever good is, it's a constant compromise through lies. So someone can see a little something about, well, if I say this, it's going to look real bad. Let me think of how I can do it another way to get the result I want without looking bad. How is it that, my goodness, that's incredibly evil and blind, but yet it's being done? And the works of the heart, that's what's being done. It's premeditating. And we read that too, that evil is planned out. And obviously that would vary more or less, but we read about the planning and premeditated conspiring schemer. We read that too, where you work out a plan for the evil to get what you want. Is it something? A question came to my mind. Does anybody do all that so that to not get what they want? Or isn't it always to get what you want? I'd probably have to spend a little more time meditating on that, but I believe it's always to get something that you want, because it's connected to, if these evils are being done, it's connected to the bad tree through pride. And if pride is sitting there, it always is selfish. And if selfish is sitting there, it's doing things so that it gets what it wants. I think it was 2 days ago, last 2 nights ago, where it's like spiritually puking the guts out, man. It just, some of this was hitting me, and it just so sick, like, oh, I can't take it, so I just can't believe how bad it is sometimes, but I just wonder what the Father sees, the perfect thing. My goodness, every day, all the time, continually, everyone blaspheming, doing evil, which is all doing it to the Father too, and literally trashing him and his name and who and what he is. And that can be done in all kinds of ways, because it's not about one word. No one has to say God to do that work. All someone has to do is just do a bunch of evil, and it's already doing that to the Father. So he's not disconnected from his own creation in this way, even though he's not of this world. He is the creator of everyone. And man's been spilling blood since Cain and Abel. Sometimes it hits me real hard. I'm like, wow. I mean, I like imagine what some literal murder, to like the worst thing, let alone vicious hatred in the heart, but to actually like do the murder, man. But it's a strong judgment. No wonder when this happens in this world, it's over. It's over. They go insane. And there's different ways that he can judge. So there's different insanities. There's always variation in everything, even the Father's judgments. But what they all have in common is that they go into heavy destruction, mental, insane, whatever the world will call, to try to name all these diseases because of the Father's judgment. And if we go by what the world's terms and definitions are, it's always contradicting. It only applies when someone wants it applied, then they change it next time, depending on the situation. There's never one truth that's always true. It just depends on whether someone needs to get more benefit for self, or if their image is being threatened, or if they have a possibility of going to jail. You just do whatever you need to protect yourself constantly, which means that's it's constant deception and lies 24/7 in someone's heart. Apart from him, that is mankind. Everyone's that first, which is a humbling in itself. Not necessarily literally killing someone. Not everyone did that. I could say most don't end up literally killing someone, but everyone's a murderer. Everyone did kill someone, many. And when you kill in more than a few, serial killer is the phrase. The Father sees serial killers, because that's the real thing. That's the heart care about, to do the Father's will and learn what his commandments are, because if you unleash it a little bit, it's going to go and do the fulfillment of that heavenly spiritual law that breaks. What good is it to sort of force yourself to restrain yourself when the heart's viciously, murderously hating someone, but you restrained yourself, someone would think, and now that makes the person good? The blind, this world, enemies, this is something that's used a lot. I could have beat the crap out of you, but I didn't. And they have to always boast in self on how good they are. You name something real wicked, like I could have killed you or beat you to a pulp, but I'm a pretty good guy. I didn't do that, even though there's a lot of evil still being done and vicious murder. I didn't do the extreme thing. Then fear me, I'm God. That makes me good. Speaking for the fool, the carnal man. And I've been told that it's said all the time. And I had one specifically. It was a great example because it was so evil and clear and obvious. It was real, some serious wrath and rage, where someone ended up chasing me on pursuit because they backed up on a green light and almost hit me. And then the accusation was tailgating. You should, and then I got told I need to go to prison a bunch of times after he stalked me and got out of the car, started walking, and then went no further. He didn't get in, he didn't get too close, but he did pull over and walk and start raging and screaming. You follow someone just delivering food, that's some serious rage. Who would believe this once? Just one little story. And then it's a great example, I think, because that guy told me as an example what he could have and should have done to me right to my face, but he didn't do that. He literally made himself as if he's very good for not doing the literal murder or literal beating you to almost death. And that could be done in so many different ways. That's not, we can't be doing that ever in the heart. I mean, that doesn't mean we'll never do that, but for an understanding, we can't be doing that. It needs to overcome that. Can't have that intention. It's insanity. It's evil. But it's so easy to do. All you have to do is lie. Done. Boom. Lie. That's it. It's all someone has to do. I could do it. Someone else could do it. And it's just that easy. You just create a lie. You create your own throne room. You create your own standard. You create your own balances. You say what I could have done now that I didn't. I'm good. I'm God. Fear me. That's what they want. They want you to bow to them and fear them. The more destruction someone is, the more worship they seem to need by the people. That should create a pattern if this is true. Then again, someone that's blind won't see that. It's never proof to them. Therefore, what I just said is a sore travail. Because all that needs to be done is just say that you're lying. That's it. It's over. And that's what people do. But that is what's happening the most. Everyone's lying. Just one more liar out of 7.9 billion people. And this is a blowing of the wind like I read in Ecclesiastes. Because there's no proof. There's nothing you can do to prove the Father's good works. If it's going to be rejected and murdered, that's what's going to happen. It's never actual proof. But you never know who might end up believing, though, for seeing them. And then it starts becoming proof because the Father adds the increase and gives his Spirit, which is his gift of faith, which is everything connected to his gift, his Spirit, his all these other things, all understanding of his word and spiritual gifts is the gift. It's like everything that's good, not just like one thing, one like carnal sort of thing. It's like it's everything that's good, and we need to grow, which means all those good things increase. And whoever has more is given, Messiah said, so that they have an abundance. They need it. They want it. The want comes from above. But this is the path. Or what little someone has, it's taken away from them. And if you take away, like I read, you end up having nothing. I could add those words right after that verse that we read. Messiah says, is it adding to his word? Is it? It looks like it, because if you add a sentence after reading a literal verse, well, that's adding to his word. And this is a blowing of the wind and a sore travail and evil, because it will just easily be accused if someone doesn't like what they're hearing, that that's what's happening, because they saw something that looks like adding carnally, something they see in their mind. It looks like something, not seeing the real things, but they see something that looks like that. It's all someone sees, then they can say, you added to his word. But what if it's taught throughout all his word and it's just a connection, and even being reduced to, meaning if you take away what little someone has, do they have anything? So that would just be a truth connected to it. And in this case, if the heart did it right, that was not adding to his word, because adding evil and taking away is evil. There's always the good way, and the good way, there is no law against the good. You don't need to say don't do this or don't do that for anything good. That's what he's been showing me a lot lately. And people need to seek the truth from above, otherwise, won't be there. Otherwise, we'll read things and something carnal comes to mind, and it'll be a lie, a contradiction, it'll be blasphemy, it'll be false doctrine, it'll be all those things all at once suddenly. When we read don't envy, that's a law and it's no good. Don't do that. A law against envy. The envy is always evil for this law. There is no law for good envy. There's no law for good envy. There's no law for good jealousy. Don't be jealous. Don't envy. Don't murder. We read don't murder. It's a law. And like we read, the law reveals what sin is. That's one purpose, and that's why it's always good and important, because it does reveal what sin is. But then the law has more purposes. It also proved that man's extraordinarily sinful, that if you give him commandments and say go and do them, he becomes more sinful. And the Father proved it already. It's over. But then again, Messiah died before he died and was resurrected before he's resurrected. It's finished. I mean, this is the Father's power and sovereignty. It might as well be done. But now, throughout time, it's not done in that full way yet. So then that sounds like a contradiction. How would someone know where someone's speaking out of something they see? If they don't see that, then they only hear contradictions. And it's difficult just to know that already. It's already extremely difficult just to know that's true. Then you see the stupidity of trying to be understood. Go, please understand, it becomes stupid at some point when the knowledge starts coming in. Then you don't do what's stupid to the best of what someone's been given. But it was done. It was already being done first. It's it should be a given. It's not a given in this world, amazingly. Not those words. What those words mean that I just said is not a given to this world. When someone hears the words in this world, they think they're doing that because they only see the carnal thing. And most people aren't doing the carnal, wicked thing. I mean, it's being done, but not like most people all the time. Raping and murdering, literally, and all some of these, literal big things, evils. So it's where you speak out of understanding, and then, whatever right words are the right words for that understanding, but the words are never the understanding by itself, because it can't be. It can never be the understanding, the letters, the words by themselves, and yet it's connected to the real understanding. It's just that you can't divide it like that, cut it off. And it's like cutting off all the heavenly things, the higher things, the heavens. It's like cutting off the spiritual law. If that's done, then you only have a literal law, which reveals literal sin. But someone can keep that in that the natural understanding only is to basically look good. It ends up being that. It'll make you look good. Not that, obviously, murder is murder, and that's wicked, and someone doesn't do that. That's good they don't do that. But what that'll just end up, most it can do for this world for people is make you look good, though. That doesn't count for anything to the Creator above. By itself, it doesn't count for anything, because it can still be broken all the time in the heart constantly while you look good. It's only good when the two become one. And if you separate them, neither are good. Even though the heavenly thing by itself is the real thing, to take away the law itself, literally, the foundation, there is no spiritual law then. The spiritual law is based off there being a law. And if you take away do not murder from all his word, and it just doesn't exist, who cares what mankind does? Speaking of the Creator's righteous law, you take it away, literal do not murder is gone. You can't even say those words anymore. So then, this is he's given me to see this, and it's only gotten better and clearer over time, but I didn't see it like I do now, for a while, where you see something and then it just grows. But if you take away don't murder, there is no don't murder anymore. Literally, no letters, which means that there is no work that the letters are connected to, which is literally murdering. That doesn't exist. You take away don't murder and there's nothing. Now there is no don't murder. So then when someone claims they're keeping something spiritually in this world, like someone in the harlot or something, but you can see the works that they've done away with, the literal law, that they prove they don't care about it and doesn't matter, and they even say it's not for us anyways, it was for them back then. They're lying. They're not keeping the heavenly law, period, in the heart. It's full-blown sin continually. It can't be done. It can't be done. It's stupid too. Because if I remove the foundation from anybody's house, it would fall. Nobody builds on nothing. And the house became a good picture and amazing to me. And we read about it. Messiah's teaching about house built on a rock or on sand. One is built to fall, one is built to stand. That rhymed. Should sell a rap album now or something. So, and we even read the very direct, simple words from like James or Peter somewhere in the New Testament for the New Testament only kind of confusion in Christianity or something, that we're building a spiritual house and offering spiritual offerings. And then someone has the guts to mock spiritual things and say it's mystical. It's stunning. And that's like a puke. And it's okay, whatever we don't understand. So what? But they don't do that. They don't care about that. That's not what's cared about. And it gets very deceitful and tricky pretty quickly. Because what someone makes themselves sound like will get someone to believe that they care, but it's not actual care going on. They just found a way to make it look like they care. And when you find out what the heart actually did, it becomes real evil now. It's like nothing to do with the Creator, the Father at all, or the true Messiah at all. The heart is far from him, like we read. And the Pharisees and religious people back then, they couldn't understand Messiah's words. Why don't you hear my words? He's saying. What he's talking about, they don't understand. What they think he's talking about, he's not. But how do you say spiritual things? How do you even write it down? How do you do that? This is a great test all in itself, because in order to speak out of what we're seeing that's been given, you say words, but that's like some of the only words you can use. But then the world uses those words, but it's not using it out of understanding. It's just talking about carnal things and speaking out of that, and therefore never out of truth when someone's carnal and hasn't been given anything concerning the heavenly spiritual things. Every good gift comes from above. Then it's easy to just say the words and trick people and deceive them constantly. And the very life that we read of in Scripture, and all, and the very life we read of in Messiah, eternal life, is robbed from people. And this is murder, because this is the life. These are the works that help destroy this life or keep someone dead. They're murderers. And it's robbers, because when they rob from people. Robbing is through lying, even. And someone that lies to someone behind the pulpit and about doctrines of demons and all things carnal and just whatever the lies are, they eat the lies, and it robs from them and it murders them, because lying is a sin. In the kingdom of heaven, in reality, lying is an actual sin. We read, don't lie, you shall not lie. And lying is a sin, and sin is the transgression of the law. New Testament, exclusive. Come get it today. It's like, and even that had to get broken down. It was like already false, and you have to just break it down. The lies, it's like a lot to destroy and rebuild. And we read about building things and destroying a lot. And if something's already evil and deceived, it needs to be being destroyed. But then you build up from the ruins. And the Father's the master at it, and he's going to do it on a grand scale, from all the death and ruins at the end, to rebuild or restore. It wasn't that long ago I looked up that word, the word era, however it's pronounced. And one of the first things, Strong's, I think, 1 or 2 or Thayer's, I don't know, but it's in there if you look up the word, is curse reversed, or that's, one way of saying restored. It's the same exact spiritual thing. It's the same thing. Salvation lands on that mountain, Noah and the few others, 8 souls, like we read, 8 people. And it rested on the reverse of the curse reversed, which is good news. And this curse is, well, it's everything. It's spiritual, it's natural, it's thorny, it's poison. But it seems that it was good to the Father to bring a curse on everything, the whole creation, so that he can restore it. That's a pretty big deal. It's monstrously big in a good way. But monstrously is always connected to evil, isn't it? Isn't that the first thought someone would think when you say monstrously? Why can't I use it for good? Says who? Where's the law against this? If the heart's intention is good and you're using it to bring out something very good and true, we can use it, as long as, if it offends someone, then we would not use it, but if not, then it's no sin if it's out of a good intention heart, out of good works, because there's no intention in the actual heart, in reality, within someone, to teach evil or want someone to do evil, but out of truth and actual love, the Father's love in someone, you can say things that sound instantly evil, and it's actually to bring out extra good. So you have to sound extra evil a lot of times to bring out extra good and separate it from just good. How do you, if something's light and good, how do you express even lighter, even bigger? And, I don't know. It's in his word all over the place, this very thing. One way is, what's the example? I had it in my mind, but now, and I know there's a lot throughout the word, this understanding to bring something out more. The foolishness of the Creator is wiser than men. That's one way to bring out something very good, but even stronger The intention's actually the exact opposite of what someone would judge that on the person falsely judging. You know, the good thing would be to check self and, have a little bit of fear, because what else does someone that blinded from? And it's all of us. It's what learning and growing is in Messiah, but not too many seem to want that or are doing that. Living his word, following after Messiah, learning and growing constantly, because we didn't know. There's a lot. It's like the Father's not stupid. There's a lot to learn and grow in reality, and it takes time. But the way the carnal mind works is like they see evidence of actual growth and learning. That means there's evidence of not knowing, and not knowing is like sin to the carnal man. So he just knows everything in one day. It's what the works prove it. They would never say that the vast majority of the time. I don't know what to call that. It's always happening like this, where it will sound like something to someone, and it's not. That's not what's being said. And if it sounds like something, it's automatically judged for something, because no other good way or truth is seen from the person. It's the one that's blind that's doing the very work it's accusing someone else of doing all the time, for anything and everything. His truth, real life situations, maybe just some carnal things going on. It happens like that. It happens in all of his word, all of his truth, all in life. It's working like that. It's the realization of how stupid evil is. Well, he gets people to become stupid for doing evil because of his judgment on evil that people do, gets them to be stupid so he can separate utterly all those that are not of him and do evil, so that there's a distinction and a very, very clear line. This is utter darkness, this is utter good. We even read that. We read that phrases. Utterly good and utterly bad. I read that somewhere. The two things. I think it's the word utterly. But if it's a different word, so what? And it means the same thing as utterly. Basically, that's it. But it's either utterly good or utterly evil. In reality, that's what needs to be found. If it's already in the middle, something's not right. Something's not right. If that's what's seen, if that's what someone's works are implying and proving, something's not right. Because the middle, there's no middle. But then there is a middle. If we talk about something else, like gray areas, like whether something's a sin or not for someone, that's like some small gray area or something, that's a different thing. But if we don't see what's being spoken of, to say those words, out of seeing something, you say those words. And if someone doesn't see that, this is what they'll hear, that there is no middle. But then I don't go deeper into something about the other thing, and then I end up saying at some point, there's a middle and a gray area. And then just before that, saying there is no middle or gray area. And when someone's desperate to do evil, they're watching and sniffing for that, or for any sin or contradiction or evil, so that they can throw you down at first chance. Which is, it's evil. That is evil works. That's the works of the devil. Murder, lying, robbing, wanting death on someone, because the spiritual things to break, to want that and try to get someone to do that, is wanting their death. Doesn't matter what the man says or woman in this world. It doesn't matter that they'll say, no, I'm not. You're in, what are you on, pills? How dare you say I would do that? For you just saying that, you're wicked, because it sounded evil, therefore you're evil. And it was a defense all the time to hide the real thing, that they actually want your death. They can't acknowledge that. Serpents can't acknowledge that. I've heard that S extended sometimes here and there throughout the years. It's because that's like the hissing of a snake. And someone hears a snake and the rattle go off. Instant fear. Instant, like, oh no, I better freeze and move real slowly, and start playing their stupid game. And so then evil wants you to play their games. If they can get you to play their games, they already won the stupid battle that they're fighting, which is to be right and kill you, and you be wrong and you're dead. And he's right, you're wrong. And it's just about that only. But it's not just about that. It is on what was said there, but then it's also playing defense, because the intention to do that is out of not wanting to be exposed, which will produce something, and that thing it produces looks like something, but it needs to be discerned why all that was done, why it looks like what it looks like. And if the discernment's seen that it's defending a lie, it's defending itself, then the intention was corrupt right from the beginning. And then you have to accept wherever someone else is in Messiah too, if indeed they are. If indeed they are. So it's like, are they? And if they are, where are they? Because if we see something we don't like, yeah, but what about when we did the same thing, or maybe still doing to some degree the same thing, but you learn throughout time what that is. Now what? Condemn them? What took time for self, condemn them now, which would condemn self. There's no way to do evil without being a hypocrite. I haven't found a single way. If it's an evil intention, not what people say only, it's a hypocrite. If anything done evil from the heart, boom, hypocrite. The Father, I don't know how he did this, where you can reveal what sin is through the law. It can make man utter sin by him not being able to keep it. And it condemns him for not keeping it, a death. And then yet all these other things somehow work while all that's literally working at the same time. It's astonishing. I mean, it's like something to be worried about a little bit. It's some serious power. I don't know what power is. This massive, who can comprehend whatever his power is in the full, or wisdom. Pretty stupid to try in reality. We get that teaching brought out in Scripture. It's not about like the edges of the earth, and yet it's about the edges, or whatever we read. Where were you? The point is bringing out something so huge and massive that man knows. Tiny little man doesn't have a clue, and he's speaking and doing evil things. The works are acting and proving that he thinks he has a clue. And in this way, mankind can't see this. So then you start speaking out of, you can't do that. But to them, that doesn't make any sense. You can't do that. Because if we were to say you can't do that, it's speaking out of something we see already. Speaking out of something we already understand and learn up to now, this point, about his judgments. If you do this, then boom, you can't do that. Only in a delusion, said simply, but that won't make sense to the person doing the evil, because they don't see the thing you're thinking out of that was given. Maybe it starts making sense to run away from evil. And how is that all working like this so perfectly? I don't even know how to express it in words properly. I don't even know how to do it. Because of how big this is, I'm like stuttering on the right words and phrases to try to explain what I see, and I can't do it according to how I would want. I can't do it. We're seeing something bigger on more perfectly saying what I see. It's lacking majorly. Yeah, this is not what's on someone's mind day to day. It's not on their mind ever if someone's an unbeliever, and it just is true. The things the Father gives, that's what's on someone's mind. If he never gave, it's not on their mind. It is simple. And it's also fire, because that means man can't just say, I'm God, give me what I want, and now I'm wise, and now I overcame sin, I'm God. He literally can't do that. Literally can't do something, which is everything. You can't do anything then. And we do read that Messiah says, you can do nothing without me. What nothing is he talking about? What are they going to say out there in this world when they read that? What does it mean? What do they say it means? There's nothing more disturbing to me. Maybe there is, but just to bring this out, than someone that's lying, doing evil. It's obvious, but then they use the words, the very words, precious words we would use to speak out of the true thing we're saying. And they prove they're not speaking about that thing. They're just using those words perversely to look good, to hide sin, to deceive people, and is not doing what that thing really means in the heart. Because the works will prove whether that's true pretty quickly, too. This is something mankind doesn't like, because it doesn't take that long to prove and test, discern someone's works from the heart. It doesn't take 10 years. How much is enough? Well, that someone has to ask the Creator, not me or anyone else. Is it solid? Is it 100%? How much? Need more witnesses? When is it enough? That's up to the person, to whoever's seeking truth from him. They need to see it themselves. And if they don't, and you tell them to follow this set of rules on paper, you just told them how to sin. Literally. The only thing they will do is sin if they listen to you, assuming they don't have the understanding of the words given to them. And then you command someone to do out of understanding someone does have, but now you tell them to do this understanding, these works that you're understanding, and tell them to do that. They'll hear the words, and they won't see if it's not given what you're saying to do. Therefore, the only thing left to do is sin and lie and deceive, murder, break all the commandments. You can't feed a baby meat. That's a picture he gave me, and it's truth. It's undeniable, literally. Not even a carnal man can deny it. You can't stuff meat in a baby's mouth. They don't even have teeth. But just a little bit of liquid, basically that's it. And then a little bit of like soft, mushy, whatever, baby food, a little bit. Then a little more, then a little more, and finally teeth, and then finally meat. And then finally it can start feeding itself, he or she. Or it didn't even do that part yet. They think this is not real. But it's saying what? They think this is not real out of saying it, which makes it look prideful, which makes it look like we're putting literal pressure on someone to do this instantly, when it's only to bring out truth and expose the lie and bring out man's complete lack of any understanding and his death out of like unbelief a lot of times and how bad it is. And if we never spoke like that, we'd never tell that truth like that. But if we do, boom, condemned, falsely accused, boom, you're doing evil, boom, you're a Pharisee, boom, you're putting heavy yoke on, boom, you're doing, and they do all that. So then the works prove that they want us to shut our mouth and not be able to say anything, but it doesn't work like that for them back, does it ever? How come they don't practice that thing then? At least we would have a few more words to say if they literally practice what they tell someone else. But if that's not being done, there's nothing left to trust of the person. It's full-blown hypocrisy continually. And if you deny it, it's proving that it's hypocrisy continually, because you denied the only thing that exposes the hypocrisy. If someone does that, they'll never be healed from it. They'll never see it. Things we ask the Father or repent, it does need to be done. That's what I found. Absolutely needs to be done. Absolutely. questions need to be asked to the Father for any truth. It needs to be done. And that's still seeing and believing he's sovereign at the same time. And it's not a contradiction when someone has the understanding on how it's not, and seeing understanding it. But if the understanding's not there, you say two things and only one is possible carnally, and the other contradicts it all the time, then it'll be accused as a contradiction by an unbeliever every time. Very hasty, shaking inside on how quick it needs to respond and prove and self-defend itself. We read, don't act hastily. And whoever does not act hastily, and even a scripture somewhere, I don't know where right now, but connected to Messiah, but believing in him, not acting hastily. Whoever believes in him will not act hastily. Slow to speak, fast to hear. So if you talk out of care, if it is real love and care, there always will be some kind of father zealousness with that, because there's no such thing as actual love of the Father and care with zero zealousness. I don't see it at all. More or less like anything else at times, but it's always there. It must be. But we are talking, assuming that it is real love from above, from the Father. If that's there, there's no zero zealousness. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Some kind of mixing. It must be evil then. It must be a trickster. If the only reason you look zealous, try to be zealous, that means you're already plotting schemes and tricking people. If you try to be zealous constantly, there's things that's in the spiritual things now through evil is coming from within someone instead of the good that comes from above that needs to be given. The spiritual wickedness that's already coming from within man's coming out. And if you try to be zealous all the time, sound like it, there's so many things connected to it. You can't be doing a bunch of you are doing a bunch of other evil if that's happening. And someone's doing a bunch of evil if they're trying to be like that or this or that, or trying to make the crowd laugh the best they can. You cannot do that work without doing a bunch of evil at the same time. If you're trying with intent to make them laugh constantly, why would you make this can't be confused with not able to laugh, not able to say some kind of clean humor at times, nothing to do with that. But then when they stir up the crowd through this thing, trying to make them laugh or look zealous, all this stuff, why? And that's where it gets dangerously evil, when those why questions are actually being answered. Where's the proof, though, on the earth that someone does evil constantly? Where is the proof, literally? Where's the court that will find it and see it and judge it so? The devil has a way of working already in the kingdoms of this world, evil, to always protect itself, because that's what evil needs to do. When you do evil, it's a judgment, period. If someone's doing evil, they always are watching their back because they never know when they'll get hit. But what does that look like spiritually every day? That needs to be given right there. But we can picture something, literal evils, where you literally have to watch your back, because when you do evil, you're murdering, lying, drug dealing, whatever. Like, we've seen a lot. They teach in the movie. They teach people. That's what they do. In that, it's like okay, and it's always like dropped off as okay. But forget that right now. If you picture something evil that's being done, there's a judgment according to the sin. So if the sin's greater, the judgment's greater. And if the sin is greater and it was like carnal, like real bad, you could see it. You'll see the judgment too. But if it's more so spiritual murder, then so often that destruction happens within the person, which is not seen by men that are blind, although he still can judge however he does. Maybe it is a car accident. Maybe it is this or that. I wouldn't know. Just that it exists, that he does judge in many different ways. He determines, to start even going, determining what someone should deserve literally from us is evil. But that's rightly divided from learning his judgments and wanting his judgments to go back on evil. That is perfectly in line with not becoming the judge at the same time. And we do leave room for the Father's vengeance. Sounds wicked to the wicked. It doesn't sound wicked anymore to those that are learning and growing in Messiah, to the righteous. But at some point it would have. Right in the beginning, it definitely wouldn't be understood, and it would. But then, you grow out of the wicked thing into the good thing. Therefore, if that real thing is there, you can say that someone is doing the good thing because it's really there, and it's not there in an unbeliever. It's just small in the young believer, let's say. And they could say something about it, and they don't do this. Well, they're going to find out they're still sinning while they think they're not. Just give it a couple years. It doesn't matter in this way because there's no condemnation in Messiah, because what needs to become is insane. And someone that's blind can't see how big this is. They're blind. They can't see whatever you start seeing what needs to become. We can start imagining whatever the full thing is while not knowing for sure. But you've seen a lot of big things and change if indeed someone has, learned a lot of tribulation. And then some carnal man walks up and says, "What? Do you got a splinter there?" Or, "Oh, because of what this doctrine you say, what, are you perfect? Are you saying we have to keep them all perfectly right now?" They didn't realize what they just did there. And there's nothing you can do and tell them what they actually did there. They can't see that. You could tell them, they won't see it. And this is a sore travail and blowing of the wind. It is interesting that Ecclesiastes even grows. What did it sound like in the beginning to me? Nothing. I don't know. Nothing. All his word was like nothing. I don't know. A little time passes by. What's the judgment? Just enough faith to say it's his word. And I don't want to throw anything down, but secretly inside, what's in Ryan? This is a pretty negative book. It's pretty evil. Life really is worthless. If someone doesn't have the good things in life, they can only see evil and death. And if you read something that sounds like evil and death, you can only be in death and put death on it. But over time, growing and more good coming in from above, the death is dying, and you can look at the death and start seeing what is. And now all of a sudden, it's becoming what it never became, even the whole book as a whole. And if that's not true for someone right now, the cold hard reality is that what I'm saying doesn't compute at all. If it is, then it does to some degree, whatever that size is. And you can say it is, but it still needs to grow a lot more. But to an unbeliever, it's not even there. So then if you're explaining something you see that's been given and grown through growth and learning what the commandments mean, what they are, and all these things over time, and you try to give that understanding, it's like you just catch yourself. What am I doing? You know what that looks like naturally, that I have seen in the movies in the past. I don't know if this is done a lot, but it is something that's done in the world that's the perfect picture, I think, where someone's doing something crazy, stupid, recording out of pride, so wise, so smart, and this is what's going to happen, and I'm going to record it so that my name can continue to get mentioned and get worship even after I die, whatever's in someone's mind, all that pride. But then they like realize carnally, this whole entire thing's going to blow up, and you start laughing at yourself. Throw the thing down, the recorder, and just laugh till you blow up. It's hilarious. I've had times where it's been hysterical at man's own stupidity, laughing at himself. I mean, and I see a little bit of something different there. You know, the Father does have some kind of humor through all of this wickedness going on in this world. It really is. I mean, it's so sad and desperate and dumb that it becomes laughable, literally. But it's like there is a way to laugh at this stupidity, but what will it look like? Because everyone's doing it in this world. And I'm just saying there's a good way always. If someone laughs and they're pointing at the person, they're laughing at them. Someone gets offended, they're going to assume secretly you're laughing at them, putting them down because that's what they know and do all the time. But what if someone's laughing because the evil they see is evil, and because it is stupid, and because it's so bad that it's funny? What does it look like? It looks like you're laughing for the evil thing, making fun of someone, laughing at them like that, and no possibility to laugh the good way without doing that evil. Not in this world. But not, no one can just play games with the Father. But that's all mankind's doing. So if I say the right words, I'm doing what you're saying now. Oh no. Like, believers can't be, we can't be doing that. That is mocking and playing games with the Father, and no one can do that without getting strongly judged for it. So yeah, do that. If you want to be blinded by the Creator and made stupid and receive some kind of judgment for it, that should be the believer's mind right there. Just because I say the words that there's a good way to laugh, then I go and laugh in real life. And let's say it was actually evil. But now I could say the words, there is a way to laugh good. And because I said that now, I applied it to that wicked laugh. And now I just hid from people nearby or something. That's how easy it is to lie and do wicked, evil, deception to self and others, and lie. Literal lie. Don't lie, I read. That's a lie. I would only imagine, is anyone like in despair yet? Is anyone like turning pale face from all of this yet? Because not only won't the world believe in truth and in his people and what they say, we could do the evil thing that easily too. And you can't lie to yourself and say, I did this good thing that I have some kind of knowledge of, to cover that it was actually the evil laugh. And then you tell yourself that, and you just judged yourself in a condemned judgment way. You just brought on judgment to self, or me, or anyone. Then you have to watch out not to do that. You have to watch out that you're not literally delusional and deceived right in that moment, constantly, because it's that easy to be delusional and deceived, and then you make a mistake, miss the mark, sin. Here's something he taught me, and it's huge, and it's growing, and it is amazing. There's no such thing as believers in Messiah capable of walking with the Father all their life without falls and without quite a bit of sin. No such thing. The only way that the beast can be chopped up and destroyed is to reveal it so that we see what it is in self. The only way to reveal it is to put a test on it. And then when the test is put on, it puts pressure and brings out which that's you doing or me doing some kind of sin. It brought out the sin, so now it can be cut and chopped, but it can't be cut and chopped without actually sinning. And I can't say to the Father, I can't mock him, I'm doing this thing good. I'm doing this thing good right now. And you believe a lie, let's say, or I believe a lie. I'm doing it good. I'm keeping what this is. Because there's no pressure or not much at the moment. Then the Father says, oh yeah, let me put the proper test on those things you're claiming you're doing good. Now we'll see if what you say is actually true. And then you fail the test, which means you didn't ever do what you said right there. Because if you fail, the thing said before the test was a lie. Can someone see that like connection? This is not the way the world works, but with this, with what I see, they're trying to put it in words. They would try to do some kind of separate mixing evil thing where only in that moment you sin, but before that you were doing good. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Because that proper test, when you think you were doing what was right, you as in anyone, me, anyone, wasn't out of the proper test and work and experience for those words or understanding. It wasn't the proper thing. Therefore, you didn't actually, or I didn't actually keep whatever we claim to keep. But when the proper test and experience and situation comes then, that's connected to this teaching or that teaching and these words or that words, and then you fail, that was a failure, and that's connected to the test. Whatever evil comes the way, different test, it's connected. And now that proves we never kept it as we need to. And that's only to bring out just that. This is rightly divided from never doing it right in the past, like ever. And that sounds contradicting right there. I see that. It's a perfect contradiction with the words, what it just did there. And I can't even think of any other way to say it. If I said it any other way from what I see for me right now, I'd be lying. In contrast to what I'm seeing in my heart and spirit, I know I would be lying for sure, absolutely, which is then pushing lies off to someone else, which is only damaging them. So then it's like the only way so often is to sound contradicting, is to explain two different spiritual things or one, and then compare it with something else. But then so often it'll sound contradicting with the letters. That's difficult. I guess said that a lot, but people do eat the same food every day sometimes, and if not every day, maybe a couple times a week, whatever it is. And his truth and his word is like food, the spiritual food from above, the manna, food. Bread, literal bread, is food. Therefore, the things that come from the Father, bread from heaven, food, is food. So then it's like peas separated from carrots, separated from maybe a fruit, and then the different fruits separated. They're all one in that they're all fruit. They're all separate in that they're different kinds of fruit, and then same for the vegetables. They're all one in that they're vegetables, but they're separate in that there's different kinds, of vegetables. Same with meat. All meat, different kinds of meat. All his word, different kinds of meat. All his word, different kinds of milk, bread. If someone eating unclean food, they're dying. And if they continually eat unclean food and have no care for that commandment, they're dead. But what did that just sound like to the world, though? Something comes up in their mind, literal unclean food in this case. And we just said that eating that is going to corrupt and work death, but if it's being done continually, it's evidence for death, because you can't actually do that forever, continually, and be alive. Otherwise, it's a spiritual contradiction that we read, purge out the leaven. That means what they imply, if someone tried to do that, is that the Father's giving this law and it doesn't mean anything and has zero effect. That's what they would imply if food doesn't kill us, bad, unclean food. They think there's not a way in his word to speak truth, but the understanding needs to be given. They think they can do whatever they want and that there's not answers because they couldn't see one step ahead, or they don't see spiritual things at all. And Father gives us his word, and it's the sword destroys the flesh, destroys the evil. His sword, his word, also discerns the hearts and thoughts of men, which is through a destruction, pain. It either drives away or drives closer, but eventually he'll drive everyone close. But then his sword is also a weapon to fight off death and flesh evil. It's also a weapon for spiritual fighting off false doctrine and unclean food. It's a weapon. And to those being hurt by the weapon, truth coming their way, you're killing them. They'll say that's your intention. When they say it's your intention in their heart, they're talking about the murder and evil that mankind does. And then when he says that, he's saying you're doing that kind of murder and evil, the actual wickedness, because it kind of looks like it. Amazing. His truth is amazing. But then all of this is crazy and amazing, big. Just what do you do? What do you do? What's the right answer? It's just say, I don't know. My goodness. You tell the Father, I don't know. Don't know what to do. Better tell me or else I won't do it. And if someone's denying and hating this truth, which is actual belief that we need to get understanding from him and ask and all these things, then they also deny waiting on him. Now those verses and that teaching means nothing. Their works proved it. What do they think we're waiting for? Something we already have and know how to do? Go. Like I could see that's the child, the carnal man, like he just swallowed an orange. They go away. They go away then. Flee naked, spiritually fleeing naked. We see that, or whoever is seeing that, if indeed someone sees that, attacking, teaching lies, attacking, doing evil, and then they flee. They fled naked, not with Father's covering. Because to have man's own covering is to be naked, but not literally naked. And here we go again, another contradiction. Because the Father sees right through man's covering, he might as well be naked because it's not his covering. It doesn't actually cover. It doesn't cover our sins in reality, in our mind and heart. It doesn't do that. So then it's like fleeing naked with clothes or no clothes. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's naked because of those works. And, it's all done through deception. It's not done with true knowledge. So then there is always an understanding of they don't know what they do. And when we start seeing the reality and truth of this and we believe it and see it in his word, That means the Father will torture people for what they truly didn't understand forever. I don't know if a church building would be that quiet after that would be said to them. If it is, it would be no good for them, like evil in the heart. Or if it rages, it's no good. And maybe one person hears his voice and gets out of there. That would be good. Come out of her, my people. Maybe one fish goes, what the heck am I doing here? Snaps out of it a little through belief, real belief, which is a gift. Faith, Father, Spirit, gift. And they start going out of the ocean and working up fresh water, clean river of life, but meaning out of the ocean of like carnality and, where all the many peoples are and movings of water and just using that as like a little picture in contrast to the ocean and the many peoples, from where everything flows down. I do believe rivers do eventually have some kind of down slope to the ocean. I don't think it's up. I don't know how that works. But, in this world, they say that works. If they do that with natural things, earthly things, what on earth does someone think they're doing with their actual heart? If they can't even get that straight or care about it, that rivers don't flow up, down, that rivers don't go to the ocean going straight up. To try to exaggerate this a little, to bring it out. Going straight up is to go down into the ocean. And that's an example of like an earthly thing. If that's being butchered, but not everything natural is being butchered. It's just that everyone has like a carnal blinding even. But the point is that if the natural thing isn't understood, how will the heavenly things be understood? Messiah's own words, questioning the so-called great teacher. And he said, aren't you a great teacher? Don't they know in this world that when someone says those very words to someone's face, that that's mockery, and that someone would get angry because someone did evil to them and mock them? And then a lot of times people want to fight back, even literally try to grab their throat. If they restrain that, murder in the heart, nevertheless. Oh, he's not my buddy, he's wicked, murder. You murder them back, because they murdered you with intention to kill. When someone's that kind of mockery, those who kill get killed, then they deserve it. If someone murders with their heart, people will come towards them and murder them, and this causes a death, wrath, destruction. And if it goes one step further, Cain will literally kill Abel, and he will be killed. He'll be taken down. Sevenfold on the one that kills the killer. If he doesn't support that, he judges it utterly and shows it through his judgments that it's not accepted at all. Zero. It's zero and then beyond zero. By making it sevenfold, it's zero. If it was zero, it would just be true already. There's nothing to be said. He doesn't accept it, period. Boom, judgment, death. You get the punishment for killing someone, or the same punishment that Cain kills Abel for, the same punishment to the one that kills Cain. It would still be zero and not accepted, because that judgment proves it. But it's not that, it's that and beyond. It's sevenfold. There's a difference between the two things. He utterly doesn't accept that. The judgment's even stronger. It has nothing to do with not being able to do evil. Zero, which, that became a question at some time for me. Because when you say that, it sounds like something, and someone's going to have in their heart, wait, and then it's going to cause confusion. Father's a liar. His word can't be trusted. It's causing doubts and destruction within someone because you see a false thing, because like you see the scripture, but then in reality, everyone's like not what? Finding proof that they're breaking those scriptures. I don't see this judgment, which will cause doubt. We say that his word's a lie. Then it speaks out of not knowing and starts saying things and maybe judging certain things that it's not seeing yet. And then when that happens, the person doing that, anybody, me, someone else, anyone, the one judging out of not knowing is doing exactly what they're talking about. They do it. If they can't see that thing, they can't see that they're doing it either. But you can't tell someone that they don't see. How do you do that? Sore travail, evil, blowing of the wind. And what I mean by not telling is that if it's not given, it's not given. You could say the words, but people won't hear it. But then you have to have patience on someone that, will learn and hear it. And someone would have to have patience on me that I'll learn and hear it. We keep going to hear from the Father, teach, get it taught, see it. And that's like true for all believers, back and forth. So then it's like, it's not about the knowledge by itself. It can't be. Because if it is, it's pride. You cut off everything else from the knowledge. It's already pride. It's over. That means it's just being done out of intention for being smarter and sounding better, and pride, starting religion, making money, all this corruption, evil, full blown. So then the knowledge has to be with the works. It's either both or none, for the intention to do good works. Separate, rightly divided from knowledge for just looking better than someone. It can't be for that reason. Can't here as in to bring out the perfect thing, to, seek the perfect thing. Even if we're not doing it perfect, or we finally see something and we see now we're not doing it perfect, you still always want it and never justify it in your own heart. And just wait. A lot of waiting going on, which is not sitting in a chair literally, although that would be waiting. But that's not the waiting I'm talking about as the higher heavenly meaning for waiting. But it is connected to literally waiting like that. And maybe sometimes you have to do that literally too. It's all connected, but it's not the meaning. Just waiting on the Father to give understanding, power, knowledge, everything and anything, waiting. So then he builds this confidence where maybe you're going through this or that now and it's more difficult than it was earlier. But he's already lifted someone up before. So now you start believing more and more that he can do it again. Whereas before it's kind of mostly doubtful, but a little bit of belief does go a long way. But there's like more unbelief than there's belief. But with that small belief back then was the best someone could do in that moment. And the Father doesn't judge according to what we literally can't see or can't do. That is living his word. What we find out through this growth is that there's the perfect thing. And when it's not perfect, that means we're still doing sin right along the way without even seeing it. But that's not condemned through his narrow way under his favor, under Messiah. Because the Father doesn't put onto what you're supposed to rest from, which is your own works, your own understanding, your own abilities, your own study, all of self. Go to Bible school, become religious like that, Lean not on our own understanding. That's always true. You take what's simple and say, yeah, okay, I believe this. And that's the hard thing, is that that's not how it works anyway. Because saying the words, I believe this, doesn't mean someone actually just did it just because they said it. But I'm saying it out of, someone believes this in their heart. They have this, some kind of understanding for it, and they believe this. Then it's always true. So if someone's doing something that's contradicting that, then they're proving they don't believe in this, lean not on our own understanding. It's going to be a lie, period. Because that's always true. When is it not true to lean on our own understanding? not on our own understanding. So then, if the seed is very small, after sprouting, it's small. Back in that moment, a few years ago, whatever the timing is for someone, you go backwards because of the reality of learning and growing. There's things we couldn't see that you see later now, literally unable to see and do. Therefore, you're keeping his word by walking in the Spirit. In reality, if indeed someone's in Messiah, because cheap words don't mean anything to the Father, it's worthless by itself. And a little plant can't do what a giant tree does, and it can't see as much because it's shorter and not as tall. But it's keeping on how it was given to anything, any teaching. There's a real belief and there's a real doing of it. And that work is clean and good because it's the Father's works. But it needs to grow, meaning that there's going to be more sin to overcome, which means you just do more and do the perfect thing more. Walking in the Spirit is the best anyone can do under Messiah. There is nothing else. And growing is contradicted, or not seeing growth at all. This world is literally contradicted with be perfect, because perfect means perfect. Growth doesn't exist in someone's heart. They don't see it, understand it, or believe it. When they think you can actually be perfect because of saying a few words in religion or something, and then, are you perfect? I have the blood covering, I'm perfect now. It's like there's truth to the words. That's the damnable thing. But their works are proving they don't know what it is or really believe. When that work is done continually, that breaks what they're saying. How else is it to be said? And that's like an instant humbling to continually see something about this growth and seeing that it doesn't matter what anyone thinks right now. They still need to see more and grow more, everyone, which means that there's sin going on. These two things can't, one is so with the other. If we're not seeing and doing whatever the perfect thing is today perfectly, then what are we doing instead of that? And so then all his word is seen through growth, because the kingdom of heaven, the whole thing, everything, that's the kingdom of heaven. What else is there? Is there something outside of the kingdom of heaven? I would ask someone that's like, attack anyone. The Father himself, Messiah, and the kingdom of heaven. Messiah says the kingdom of heaven is like a seed. It's small seeds, mustard seed that's, sprout, and then it becomes a tree and the birds rest on it. Done with the kingdom of heaven. Without any understanding, it's simple words. And then the words aren't understood. Then you sort of think there's like, okay, so this is just words. There's no reality to this. It's kind of hard to remember, like how the carnal mind's working without any truth at all, without the Father at all. But I see this thing. It's like, oh, just a few words. It's this. The carnal man always sees stupidity. That's what I'm trying to bring out. Because it's like speaking of, or what they would see as arguing. I'm bringing out arguing and some of this stuff out to bring it out. What they see is just words. Then they can make themselves sound wise and saying, you guys are talking about anything. What's it have to do with life and love? And now they just sounded wise. They look like the real deal now. And whatever someone's talking about that they have no clue what means, kingdom of heaven, a seed. I'll throw a seed in your eye, says the carnal man. And then he's wise in his own mind. I'll throw a seed in your eye. I'll prove that you guys are talking about bull crap and nothing. It's retarded. Religion's an enemy. It's evil and whatever someone says, and there's some right truth through that, and it's confusion. The beast is attacking the harlot constantly, exposing their lies, and some of them, and some evil, and some, hypocrisy. It's a mad house. Yes, it is. It's a madhouse, and there's mad dogs everywhere, and they really are mad. And I can picture that barking dog, man, vicious teeth. Some of the more nastier dogs, and you picture that thing, and then sitting there growling at you because it's insecure and prideful and cowardly. If it was strength, you would never have to do that work, growl and try to make yourself look big and scary. It's because they're being threatened. Could be by another enemy, of course, enemies with enemies, but especially a believer actually exposing darkness. This is a real threat. This is the threat. I gotta start barking, man. Start growling, start puffing up like a rooster to make it look like I'm strong and bigger. Because what? It's being threatened by a dog, and the rooster's gonna try to make it look like it can win the fight. Or whatever is scaring the rooster, he's puffing out from pride through insecurity and zero strength, no strength, father strength. That's not what the world is to the world. That's good. That's strength. To do anything else is cowardly. And Messiah's people have been set up to look evil continually. When they look good, they do evil, nothing but evil. And then we start growing into what we need to become. We'll start looking bad 24/7 when there's actual good done that they never do. Speaking of real things, the heart. Who would believe in that moment when someone's puffing up and getting ready to fight that it's out of insecurity and cowardness and wrath and hatred and murder and envies and thefts, robbings, out of no strength? The strength that the Father gives is not in someone that doesn't have his spirit, that's an unbeliever. So they have to pretend. You have to. It's an act, it's a masquerade, it's an image, it's a lie 24/7. Every second. Someone's prideful is sin every second, and you puff up, it's every second, it's a deception, delusion. Someone doesn't have the real thing lifted up by the Father, which is through humble only. Then there's the false way, the devil's way, which is always carnal, natural, earthly, lowly, never spiritual, good things. It's only carnal wickedness. That's the best understanding a natural man has. So then he goes up with pride, and the lifting up the Father's way is through being humble. The spiritual, real lifting up, that he lifts us up, the very thing we wait for one of the things, and many more things. But one of them is just to be lifted up back again. But we can't play games with him. Okay, what am I doing? What do I got to do? It's not going to lift us up for doing evil continually and never repenting, never learning. There's something that's got to be seen. Maybe that's why they're brought down a little bit, to start seeing some more garbage that needs to be brought out. And up and down in this kind of way. Light and day, light and day, light and day. Year after year, season after season after season, repeating the patterns. But the goal, and in Messiah, is after all those many cycles, is you're steadily going higher, spiritual, closer to the Father, more understanding, more good works through all those cycles. And it cannot be done without the cycles. It's through the cycles, period. Not just day, not just night, not just summer, without spring, winter, fall. The point is, it means to be done through the cycles, meaning, does it get dark ever? Or did it stop getting dark in the literal world, in his creation? It's dark now, but when it's bright outside tomorrow, it deceives people, because you can live for the moment, live for the day. It's bright right now. who cares about that night to come. It's bright right now. And someone deceives themselves in this kind of way, and night is absolutely coming. When they do that, they're not ready for it. They'll be fallen. And Humpty Dumpty doesn't get back up. I wonder what inspired that card, whatever that thing is. How do you go back to one thing when the world's so confused and lying all the time? But who hasn't heard it? But and it's like a little child. Even the Humpty Dumpty is like some kind of looking like a little kid, and falls off the wall or whatever, and poor can't get back up. Just kind of sitting there rolling. It's like a turtle upside down. Man is in such despair and hopeless without the Father that a turtle, it can flip itself over quicker than a carnal man, and it can walk faster. It can walk, period. Where's the teaching that the wicked walk at all and stand? Where is it? What did the world just hear right now? They heard these words that the wicked don't walk, they don't stand. Someone, let's say, is right in our face hearing those words, an unbeliever, spits in your eye because he's offended at stupidity, because he's always trying to look smart. And they just heard something when contrasted to what they think standing and walking is, that looks very, very stupid. They have to attack you now because they don't like to look stupid. It offends someone to be retarded and look stupid or poor. So then it thinks it's wise and understands, as the evil out of the false understanding and doing evil out of it, because he's going to dance in front of you now like an Indian or something, say, I can walk, I can stand, you idiot. Men, take this wicked, dumb, whatever language they want to use, and throw them in prison, dogs. Stupid idiot, worthless cow. And in reality, they just spoke of themselves perfectly, only. And the believer doing the actual good works, what they said and judged was utterly a lie, but they do those works. That's what always happens if that's the scenario there, where someone doesn't see anything, but then they judge out of not seeing something. They end up being exactly what they accuse in their own heart, and often doing that very thing how they speak, because what's going on out there is a judgment by the Father. Someone is speaking because right in that moment they're dumping who and what they are onto someone else. So often it's whatever the false judgment is, an accusation, if it's a lie like that, they're doing that right in that moment themselves, and the other's not. It's pretty shameful. It's pretty embarrassing, and it's sore evil, and it's incredibly prideful. Every time someone attacks, they never can see what they do and who and what they are. I mean, right in that moment, can't see, at the very least. It's always a blinding. It's consistent. It's so consistent. I cannot believe it sometimes. I can't believe it. Like, okay, maybe this is like for a few people, over time. And I've seen, I don't know, is the Father really true? I see a little bit maybe for some people, because I don't see it for everyone and how it really works. Therefore, the Father's a liar. Therefore, this person's a liar automatically out of what I don't see. That's just something for believers to watch out for, them only to care about, because the world won't, period. So it's not about what someone's accusing or how you look. It's whether someone's in right standing with the Father themselves in their own heart, knowing whether they did these things or not. Not about the other person that's attacking or anyone else. And comparing in this way is like a sin. It's just where what did we do what's right for self? But they want to drive you to connect, caring about what someone else is doing to get you on their mind. It's going to already start making us do evil if they get us on their mind like that, because their mind is evil continually. Just start doing evil. We'll start doing evil. It's looking for destruction. It's looking for a fight. It finds ways to start it. And as soon as someone gets angry and fights back, what they just did, they dumped it on the other guy, even though they started it. You started it. They dump it on the other guy or woman, doesn't matter. And that person that started it, in his own mind, he never did anything evil and didn't start anything. This is where someone is a god in their own mind, to see this insane pride. Insane pride. It's literally insane. A disease, and it's prideful to the heavens through the evil pride and insecure beyond measure. We got to overcome that, because there's no such thing as saying, well, that's insecure. Then, for in reality now I'm perfectly secure because I did said that. No. It's just that being said is true. It's insane insecurity. It's never seen, never healed, never overcoming. It's always like that. Someone in darkness. And it's so sick to see. It happens with everything. Someone starts something and they pin it on the other person. It doesn't matter who they are. Especially if someone responds out of attack, boom. In their own twisted mind and stupid rules that do not exist and do not work like that in reality. In their mind, it does. And it's a delusion, because it's not working like that. You cannot dump your sins on someone else just because you do that. Can't be done. Can't actually do some kind of evil and then just pin it on someone else for no reason, just because they spoke back or something. And now they literally believe, because you responded in their throne room, they create, if he responds like this, he does what I say he does. They just made it up. They just made it up. There's no reality to it. Stupid. Everyone's done this over and over and over again. Hopefully, believers are not doing this over and over and over again. This needs to be overcome, but this is what the darkness does continually. This is what the carnal man, apart from the Father, always does. It's not very good. It's not good works ever at any point, is it? When do they not do that? Every single time there's a little pressure and test, this kind of sin and works are done. Every time. Doesn't that prove something? That the thoughts and intentions of the heart is only evil continually? We didn't make those words up. And it's right there in like one verse, so powerful, speaking of virtually everything, which is not to imply that all his word is, not connected at all is, but it's like, there it is in Genesis. And the Father's not lying. We can't make up our own throne and create our own game and system where you literally just make it up, and then you make it up in your own favor too, to make sure someone will start and say and do this. Then when they do that, you say, because they do that, then this is what they are now and what they did. And it's all made up, it's crazy. We need literal sight, spiritual, we need his light to see whether we do this or not. That's how bad it is constantly. It's like all along, I could see this thing on a grand scale for, the church world harlot and everything. All along, they really did run away from the tribulation and from Messiah and from everyone did, but all along, I don't see the works of actually doing the good works of the Father in there. then it's difficult to see. And it's difficult when there's real wickedness being done. I mean, like vicious brutality about like maybe there's an extreme and everything has to be this way. It just does. It's inevitable. Messiah taught it. There's many stumbling stones. And how does he word it? They're necessary. Just has to be. And this is like a special thing that the Father gives to see this thing. I mean, it just has nothing to do with the world and how the mind, carnal mind works and everything. But woe to the one that trips over it anyways. But woe to him who they fall through or who they go through this stumbling stone. Woe to him. It is. This is the truth. Man will not like what this actually means and is. Mankind, apart from him, they already hate it. What it really means spiritually, what it really is in reality, is hated. And we're not special in this kind of way where it's like, oh, I'm born better than someone. So then that means it's going to be a wrestling and a struggle to get to the other side of that evil thing and start doing the actual good, because it already was that first, whatever this is, or that, this evil or that evil. And now the Father will prove our own enmity towards good, that we always hated it. And then it's just like a refining from there constantly, or reveal something else. Then you see the good thing and you like it because it's good, because it's from the Father. And the Spirit's always willing to do what's right and good, that's walking in the Spirit. But then there's a part of you that still needs to like overcome this thing, and it kind of likes it still, and then you hate that you like it in this kind of way like that. But then you know you don't like it. Which way is it going to go, left or right? Which way? And it's like a literal struggle. It can't get any more real. It's literally stopping at a crossroad, like with a car, or driving with the car, and then there's like a T, and there's a left and a right. And if you don't pick that pathway, left or right, and we'll just put a timer on it to bring this out, 10 seconds. Well, 1 minute, 1 minute left or right. And there's nothing else, just left or right there. You drive, boom, left or right, nothing else. Whatever else is, it's just destruction, fall off a cliff or something. Now you have a minute to stop and go, which way, or else a semi-truck's coming full speed and is going to hit you off the cliff anyways after 1 minute. So now there's pressure, period. And that brings on the pressure, because if it's not, well, you could sit there 3 days, you could sit there a long time, but now in 1 minute, you have to go left and right, or right. And the person in the car, what would this do? Well, that's not the whole story then, because then there needs to be something about the left and what that is, and the right and what that is, that makes the decision hard. Because you want to go both ways, and you can't. Stupid. But I've done it. But just already not seeing this is doing that already, done it. But now I don't want to do that. But now I see the stupidity of it better. And that's like the only reality like that, left or right with pressure. Time's running out. And it is running out for our life, literally. And we do read, how's it worded? What is it worded? Not seize the day. That's like a worldly common phrase. Oh, 3% battery life. I caught it this time. Wow. Oh, redeem the time. So then it's like, maybe you know something about the left. Not maybe, there is things known. And then some things about the right. But now, how difficult is it to make the decision? Of course, to support, to do away with the evil thing is like never want the evil thing, never. But it's just trying to bring out that it is difficult like that with so many things. But then he gives you enough knowledge to see what turning back is in reality, whatever he's been given. Not everything perfectly, but you see whatever you see that going back or left with the goats is. That's where you just, you know, you really have to believe in the Father to go right, and that it'll work out. Then there's like incentives over there to the left. Let's say there's carnal like incentives like that the right side doesn't have like that in that same way. It's trying to pull you in that way constantly. Damnable body of sin, always wanting to do evil, man. Lust, murder, lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, pride of life. The big three, right in Genesis 2. The Messiah's words, but right in Genesis, there's three things. Not that there's only three things, but in these three, in this way, over here in this word, it's good connected to everything that's evil. And then for his truth, love is one word, and then love your neighbor as yourself, and then it branches out, and so does the evil. It really does. So then the word becomes alive in his people, and then you can start seeing Messiah. Then you can start appreciating in a way that was never existed. It never existed. It's like personal. Whoever has an eye to hear, eyes to see, ears to hear. It's like right. That's like special verses for those that he knows they're his people. Because the rest, there's going to be many that read it. But the fiery thing is right here is that for whoever is many and fallen away or harlot, it doesn't apply for them right now. They don't really believe it. There's doesn't stand out to them at all because it can't stand out. Where there's whoever has eyes to see and ears to hear, and then it's like sprinkled out through revelation, for example, every now and then a few times. Just remember this, read. Whoever's eyes to hear, back to reading, trying to bring out that it's like a little, here it is, little reminders is for people who have eyes to see and hear, not anyone else. Oh yeah, that's difficult too, because then it'll be seen as prideful automatically, which is separate from me needing to be literally humble and someone else needing to be humble. That battle has to be done with the Father back and forth and Messiah for every believer. But to separate that so that we never believe, never teach that you say something to cover yourself. There's that separation to never do that. But then there's the, the other thing that I was saying? It's going to look prideful automatically all the time. If we do the right thing, just assume we do. Every time to those that hate the Father, that right thing, the good thing, will look prideful to them. Now, if we're prideful, then it's prideful. So then we acknowledge it. But every time the good is done, it's going to look prideful to enemies, darkness. All of a sudden, his word starts becoming beyond relevant. It's like it is life. It is truth. It's always true. It's always happening. It's connected with everything. Everything. There's nothing it's not connected to because the creation was created by his voice, his words. Boom. And he spoke. Therefore, every word is connected to life and creation in some way, shape, or form then in his word about it. There's nothing that's like, let me go in this area of this world, of this thing over here. And there's nothing, it has nothing to do with his word. Now that don't exist. Could be talking about building cars in a manufacturing plant. It's not about the cars, obviously, not about the literal thing being done. And yet his word's connected to it because there's a bunch of works going on there, literally and spiritually, and, man's works. And let the Father judge. That's a lot of judging if we need to judge 7.9 billion people out of the evil judging, which is like trying to figure everyone out perfectly, judging them. This is why this happens. This is why that happened, blah, blah, blah. Then someone does that to them and say, don't judge me. But how can it see it's always been doing it to everyone else? It's only a one-way street every time with evil. It points one direction, and that direction is away from self. It doesn't matter if it's northeast, or south. It's always pointing in one direction, which is away from self. And maybe the way the hand really is, 3 fingers pointing back. I don't believe that's a coincidence, but it is a phrase that's known. And I can appreciate anything that's right words. But what about literally seeking to do his will? Is it being done? Are these things being understood? Was it just said to sound good in that moment, just to condemn someone? 5 minutes later, they do the exact same thing? Crazy. Knowing not what they do. And even that's like a deeper understanding, not knowing what they do. Whatever truth is, I found that the Father's given, the spiritual thing of his word, in this case for this verse, like they know not what they do. The world hates that real thing, whatever it means. They don't want to hear that. But not the literal words, though, literally, and applied carnally only. Whatever it really means, the world's hating it. They hate it so much they got rid of it in the New Text manuscript. Although I think most translations will like throw it back in there. But if you look at like something I've done in the past, the actual like script or whatever out of which it's up to the translator's choice to what to do and how much to use, it's not in there. And it's like on the 20th edition or something, always changing. The claim is it's getting better and better, and that someday we'll have his word finally. Oh, what a great vanity, man. What a worthless thing to do. But that might offend someone that's not quite seeing or overcoming something about this, and there's no intention for that. Just to bring out what I see right now, that it's vanity, worthlessness, at the very least, and evil. Because what does that have to do with? It's like now, when the real thing has nothing to do with reality, who cares about that? But the fake thing counts for reality. So someone judges from this world. You're talking about a seed. You guys are idiots. You're talking about his word. It's like stupid to them. And they say something about having no reality. But then the thing that they count for real is no reality. The real actual thing that's done in the heart. No reality. It's backwards. It's flipped. The natural and spiritual, it's flipped even. All the natural carnal thing is the only thing. That's the higher thing. That's the valued thing. And the real good things is hated. The deeper things, the spiritual things, the heart things, spirit things. All his word is spirit. How could some of his word be spirit, but much of it is literally not? When the same Father, the same Creator that gave the let's just say a section of it, and his word is spirit there, but now the same Father that gave the rest of his word in the same way from himself is not spirit. That's acceptable to the world, these kinds of things. The Messiah says, my word is not my own, but it's from the Father above, from him. makes it clear that it's from the Father and not his own. But he can say my word without doing evil if it's understanding and said out of truth. From the heart said out of truth, not words by itself. When he says my word, he doesn't mean selfishly mine. It's through understanding the Father gives, but then whoever he gives, the one that has it, it is theirs because they have it for real. There's two things once again right there. One of them's evil, carnal, one's good. They look the same on the outside, pretty much. And I remember some time back now where some of this was he was giving more and more of, but it was way lesser. And I'm wondering, thinking, is it like this with everything? But I didn't really see that it is. Now I'm starting to see and believe, yes, it is. Like everything is like this. There's always two things. Two by two, they go in. Two hands, two everything. Well, not literally everything, but, and even male and female, two things. There's something about two. But there's two things with his words in his word this way. Dividing it rightly needs need to be done. Just for that natural and the spiritual need to be rightly divided. You can't mix it and call one. You can't call one the other in reality. Something that's natural, that's passed off as spiritual, is a lie because it's not. And then something that's spiritual, that's passed off, implied, taught as natural, is a lie because it's spiritual. And there's a difference between the two. And yet there's a connection in that the natural is always the perfect picture of something spiritual. And in that way, they're one and connected, where there's this foundational understanding that he's given that I see in his word, absolutely foundational. And maybe that's why we read foundation, So the earth has like a literal foundation. What about what it really means, the higher spiritual meaning for us? If that's true, how much more does the real thing not move at all? Firmly planted, good foundation. When you take the natural thing and contradict it or give a lie for it, like the earth moving around everywhere, 666,000 miles per hour, the people that do this don't realize, are not truly seeing, just with this example, and this is like how divisions work, that's why there's so many divisions. If the foundation of the Father's creation is moving like crazy, and it's not firm, it's movable instead of immovable, cannot be moved, that means that's the foundational understanding. That's the earthly, natural, lower understanding of which is the foundation always to build up from. That means spiritually, whatever the meaning is spiritually, it also has to be similar to the natural or lower thing in that they're moving. If it's moving, so is it moving spiritually. It has to be like that for everything. And the many waters of the ocean are always the surface of the waters, just the waters themselves, but I say surface because it's easier to picture, is always moving. It's not a foundation. Now you picture the oceans moving, literally. And now let's say there's some kind of heavenly understanding that we need to get. But that's the foundational thing. These are the words you say, the ocean's moving. Something about the heavenly understanding is based off of that, meaning it has to be moving also. Otherwise, they would contradict each other and the whole thing is a lie. And it's not possible. Although that's not proof to an unbeliever, but for us it is. So if the earth's spinning, people's heart is spinning. Their mind, darkened mind, is spinning too. Already, automatically, to try and bring this out. It's not that proves something by itself. this understanding all by itself. It's just that if one for real, then the higher thing's definitely not being kept or understood if the lower is contradicted in a lie. It's not even possible. It's illogical and stupid, spiritually, naturally, everything. Because it takes more power, way more, and more knowledge, way more, and work, way more, to do the heavenly thing. And if the earthly thing's literally not being done, so it's people can claim they're doing the heavenly thing, but they're breaking the thing that requires the least amount of power and knowledge. You know, that's like backwards from how the world's heart is, man's heart. But this is two things to be seen, and if one, so the other. It's like a discernment. Like, watch out if someone's that blind about earthly things. I mean, you know, watch out at least, at the very least. And no, this doesn't put pressure on someone to need to know and do what's right instantly according to what someone thinks. It just nevertheless, watch out, you know. Eventually see whether the person's carnal or not because of discernment. Then the works will prove it, you know. And if something's being done over and over, it starts becoming evident that, you know, they hate you, you know, with an evil hate. But the works we look for are not the outer works by itself and looking good, but the works Messiah speaks of is out of the heart. And that needs to be given to see clearly, because we need now. If we're not seeing right, then the judgment's going to be a lie, and then we're lying and deceiving self. Lying to others, lying to self, deceived, self-deceived. Where you see the intention was to hurt you. Doesn't matter how it was done or what it went through, what products it went through, what situation it went through. It's just that if the evil works are seen with intent to kill, steal, and destroy, and you know, you see this a few times over and over, you know, eventually it's like, okay, you know, carnal, enemy. But I can't write down on paper, this is what you do, this is what you do for every person. Check it when you see it like this, and then done. My goodness, reality has nothing to do with some cold, hard, systematic thing. Maybe that's why man creates a systematic, cold, hard thing for the purpose of doing away with truth. Because if the truth doesn't work like that at all, the Father's things, where how do you put it into words? Depends. I don't really like saying that, but I mean, it's too big. There's too much discernment, too many different things that can happen. It's not like that. But then if you create a system that is like systematic and category and just real hard and cold and systematic like that, if his truth doesn't work like that, it'll automatically suppress truth, which is to lie and deceive. Well, maybe some of the things fall in the right category with the right words and that happens, but that's not what I'm talking about. Just that. But see, once again, it's not proof to those that are doing that constantly, because this is out of seeing the good thing and what his word, how it like even works. You have to see something about that to contrast it with this like system. If they don't see over there what we're speaking of on how his word sort of works like this, it won't be proof to them, because that proof for us is based on seeing the thing that's connected for the proof for us. So if they don't see that, it cannot be proof for them. You know, and I've been asking a lot about this because it's like just grown more intense, and you just say, I don't know. What's the perfect thing to do? This is crazy. Literally crazy. Not his truth in a bad way. Just this reality is crazy. I don't know how many times I've said I don't know. That's interesting right there in itself. I don't know how many times I said I don't know. Trying to see if there's anything else being said with that phrase right there. Yeah, it's right. Sounds right to me. Of what I'm seeing in my heart, it's true. Many, many, many times. I don't, know. It's when you start needing to do something, you starting to see his commandments for the heart to do the higher things, the good things, the only thing that's good by itself, meaning if the heavenly thing is the first thing, the important thing, the highest thing, if we learn to do that, not too worried about the lower thing in this kind of way. So by itself, that's the only good thing by itself. But carnally, natural things, worldly by itself, is no good because that's the lower thing. Father sees murder in the heavenly places, but if someone's only understanding murder down on earth, they're a murderer continually, when they never see or are given power, a real power to do the heavenly things. And something that he brought up to mind just pretty recently is the heavens we look up at are perfect. Like his heavens, the clock, this masterpiece up there, is literally like perfect. What on earth is this world doing? It's literally perfect. I mean, where do you get that? Where does that exist? In mankind and his systems. It's nothing but like imperfection. It's nothing but confusion and evil. You look up, it's perfect. And it's like this is a big claim. Every time there's a big claim for anything, it better be true. Because I mean, the Father's name is on the line, the Creator himself. If the heavens are not literally perfect and we're saying it's perfect, his word is saying it's perfect, talk about some serious pressure that the Father can easily handle. Reputation, I'm trying to bring something out. And it is perfect. And the perfect thing is only to say it's perfect. Anything less than that means it's not perfect, unless someone's definition of perfect is like not perfect, contradicting. Anything less than perfect is not perfect. And it is. Like, it blows my mind. People look up at the stars and, go, wow, looking at it, it's like amazing. It's big, crazy, so much patterns beyond, I don't understand much of those literal things and patterns and everything, but it doesn't take too long to like literally look into it if someone must, to see that it is perfect, and then you could predict things because it's perfect. If it was anything less than perfect, the predictions could not be consistent, perfect predictions. This is what it'll be. This is where it'll be for this time. That's perfection right there. The sun, the moon, the stars, all moving and yet perfect. How does he do that? Usually, you would see like something perfect that stays the same. And in a way it is, because the patterns stay the same, but it's like all moving, too many things going on at once, patterns within patterns with patterns. And there's probably something that determines 1,000 years. And then like lesser and then lesser patterns within those patterns, who knows how many. But I just find it amazing that you can literally look up at the heavens, which is a teaching itself. The heavens, the higher things, is nothing but perfect. And the perfect we read to be perfect is the Father's perfect righteousness, to put this on. It's not man's ability that Messiah's teaching out of to be perfect as the Father's perfect. It's not out of man's ability. In reality, that's not what this world believes. They say the words a lot, this grace and everything, and the blood covering and you're not perfect. There's some truth to those words. But I'm talking about whether someone really believes what it really means. Then now we're talking about two different things now. All of a sudden, the many don't really believe the very words they say. And that's difficult. Maybe there's a reason why Moses breaks the commandments, because of the people that claim to belief. It's showing the imperfection in the natural man and carnality of Moses. It's showing that while whatever it means is perfect. I don't know how he did this. Samson, he's shown me. It's showing more than one thing. It's showing man's sin and what he does like carnally for destruction, but what it means is a good destruction, both at the same time. I wonder why Messiah says, pluck out the eye. Maybe because we read it with Samson, that it's an actual teaching to be understood and had by. It makes him look like he's not a believer because he got his eyes gouged out. Makes him sort of look like, doesn't it? Initially, first thought, carnally, like he destroyed like himself. I mean, is that what a believer does? You picture this thing. What about the natural man that only sees natural things? He reads that. And if he sees nothing more, nothing for meaning, actual understanding, he's reading that Samson's like one of the ones with faith, and he gets gouged out, bad things happen, and eventually, it crumbles on him and he dies. Kind of a violent end, isn't it? So it's like just how his word worked, it's just way too great, too grand, too wide, too high. Damnable systems are there to suppress all his truth. And yet, because of all this, so many different understandings like this, it's still all simple. The truth itself is always simple still. Because there's no lies. And it's like, I can't think of anything else to say, but I see something when I say it's true. The truth is simple because there's no lies. I mean, that's powerful. And it's showing how stupid and evil lies are. Actual truth doesn't need further confirmation and all this other stuff because of lies to cover. I guess I already said that. And no harm, I guess, saying it again. Unless it's evil, then it's just double harming someone, triple harming over and maybe that's what the false prophet's work is. Come today, come again next week so I can kill you, continue to kill you. Oh man, that makes us sound so evil. Wow, does that make us sound evil? I realize it. And we're talking about the eternal life. We're talking about the life. That's what they're killing people's real life, or preventing, suppressing. And you end up being alive, but you're dead while you're alive. There's no hope, no belief, it's real. That's what they kill something real, not fake. Murder, our Father's not stupid like this ever. Where if we read murder, don't murder, and now there's like no reality to murder. I mean, that's stupid. Don't do something because it's real, but this death here we speak of, this spiritual murder, if you will, to say it like that, is real. Therefore, you can say, and it is, murder to the Father, which sounds very bad, sounds wicked. So then they hear that coming from you. You're wicked because you sound wicked. That protects them from the thing you're speaking of, but everyone else sees nothing and they just see literal murder. And they say, we don't do that. What are you talking about? But I'm saying somewhere deep inside people, even deceived in religion, when truth's given to them out of truth, out of the Father Spirit, from someone, anyone that's a believer, somewhere deep inside, they know something's not right. Even though not seeing what they need to see for like whatever understanding it is, and then saying, I don't do this because look, I don't literally do this. That's the cover. It's hoping it's working. Somewhere deep inside, it's striking true. Somewhere deep inside, it's striking as true, but it doesn't. It starts blowing up. No one wants to accept that thing that's saying true deep within them, but they don't know how it's true. And people are afraid of what they don't know, and it's very real. And it's a very real thing to start overcoming. Not be afraid of things we don't see, know, or understand. Just that takes power, knowledge, power from above. And then we read, don't do that, because that's no good to be afraid. Whether it's afraid for this or afraid of things we don't know. You know, it's like the Father already knows man's trouble better than all people combined. He knows it better. He knows the very worry, doubts, death in man, everything. He knows exactly what it is perfectly, and we don't. We're learning. But speaking of the natural man, apart from the Father, he doesn't know. The Father knows. So whatever is on someone's mind, you know, and it's like maybe it's I don't know what it would be exactly, but maybe it's like some kind of, you know, heavy thing, tribulation, darkness, you know, because it does get dark outside. As a believer, you have to turn on your lamp. It's coming. It's always coming in this kind of way. So someone might doubt in their mind and heart that, you know, no one understands what they're seeing and going through. But in this world, people don't understand this real death. So that's why there's already a doubt from the beginning, or worries, maybe doubting even, you know, the Father, not quite enough faith or belief, that doesn't know what this is. And that's a lie. And there's a few believers that do know, that actually know, because, you know, I mean, with unbelief, it gets real messy real quick, because it's like you don't know, and then someone says something, it's like they just said it to try to cheer you up, and there's like no love and care. The person receiving the no love and care in reality is receiving something that's not real concerning the Father's real love and truth and care, and they know something about that being no good. You know, it's just constant judgment and death, man. So they won't believe it when they see it most of the time. You know, just like can't be believed. It's even, this is so difficult that what I've seen, and I don't know, I can't put some number to it percentage wise or nonsense, but man, I mean, so then people don't like the evil. They're not able to love when someone does evil to them. It's a judgment by the Father. He doesn't bless anything that's evil, ever. Nothing. There's a lot of pretending going on. So then because of that, and death and unbelief and no one caring and all this death, when someone comes across real care, what happens so often, either right away or maybe later with someone, you know, concerning all that, I don't know, but it happens, and a lot, I would say. They are now despising and offended at the real love shown, in contrast to no love shown by many. When you see it starts offending them, and then they attack it. What on earth is that? Do good. They don't accept the good. What do I do now? You can't even give, can't do good. They hate that too. They hate the evil, they hate the good. Let me write it down on a piece of paper and mail it to someone. This is what you do now. Come on. They need to ask the Father what to do, because this is real. You can't send someone a letter and then they'll know what to do now if they didn't. But if someone speaking to someone else, there's a good way through all of this. It doesn't mean there's no good way now just because of the thing I said just right before it. It's just that, to emphasize that letters, instructions like that won't just boom solve someone's, you know, problem, sin, or not knowing, or whatever it is. It won't do that by itself. So it's like, when you learn and grow as a kid in the world, speaking carnally, you learn things you literally didn't know how to do. It's like that constantly with the Father's word and truth for believers. It's what the path will be. It was true naturally. You literally learn things you didn't know. You ask, afraid to ask maybe, because people don't, no, nope, I can't be seen as not knowing. Well, that's actually preventing good. It's blocking it if that's someone's heart continually. Because if the reality is we don't know, and someone is not wanting to show that they don't know, look what that just did. In their heart, they don't seek the Father the right way because it's blocked. These are like the roadblocks and trickery that the devil plants, and through so many, systems, ideas, things, tricks. How do they know how to do these spiritual roadblocks when they don't see spiritual things? I've seen the works, plenty of works, and they're crafty works. It's strange. They're crafty when you see how that it works spiritually. How did someone know how to do that so perfectly? It's like I don't know how. Yeah, that's how I say it. Not always like that, but like a lot of times, I've seen like these greater deceptions, trickier, and maybe a lot or less, and not as tricky. But the more we see and understand, the lesser it becomes. But if someone's not learning and growing, even something dumb is deceiving them, because it takes real understanding to see the dumb trick. That means without the Father's understanding, even if it's simple and dumb, doesn't matter. If you don't see anything else, it pulls someone in. That applies for, like, what doesn't it apply to? There'll be assumptions made because I'm speaking out of like remembering and collecting worldly thoughts and accusations over time. What the mind is thinking when giving truth anything is that it sounds like we never talk about anything to carnal man. It really does. It sounds like, maybe most of the time, to carnal man, we're not speaking about anything. It's worthless. Go, I want to hear this. I want to hear that. I want to hear about the commandments in some kind of religious sort of systematic kind of, this kind of thing. So many different ways of doing it. And I've just found out just everything about his truth is nothing like what the carnal man thinks, including self first. That's obvious to me, because you learn all of it up until this point. That means I didn't know. I could say something about what I didn't know. The proof is for self, talking about self. There's no greater proof than to be the one of what you're speaking of, the evil thing that, it's for everyone. And the reality, to really see that self had no clue. I believe it. I know it. It's like beyond belief. It's like a knowledge of absolute knowledge and knowing. Not to say that it's not believing still, but I mean, it's greater than belief. It's just utter proof to me. And it's when, and then whatever the Father's giving us to really see, and it stays there, and it's a good thing, and it's a true thing. The false thing is like disappearing, and it's hard to even comprehend it. That's what would happen in someone's mind and heart if it's actually changing. Like, we don't just read mind of Messiah, grow in Messiah, we read this, if it's literally changing, that means the old thing's fading away. For real. It means harder to remember. And then everything you do is out of whatever the Father's given for a heart and work that he's done on someone today. You do everything out of the heart naturally. That means you naturally just start doing good without thinking about it. This is an amazing thing to me, but it is through growth though, where before it was out of knowing just evil and how to do evil and everything false and selfish and everything, and then the good news about the evil bad thing being like that is the Father makes his power and good and righteousness in us to just, there's the good thing now that you just work out of what you are, which means you're doing less deception and masquerading when you do exactly what you are. But that can't be done if someone has a darkened heart still, completely darkened mind. It can't be out of what you are. That's just how he set everything up, where you have to pretend and you have to look good. If you did what your heart really believed, you would have killed, I would have killed, stole, literally did all kinds of stuff a long time ago, and it would look bad. And so that's like a prison, to have to look good constantly, but inside it's murder and wrath, and it's a constant restraint. It's a constant wearing down. It's a constant darkness. It's literally like a prison spiritually, though, where you're forced to do only the evil thing because of evil foundation and evil. People, how else is it said? Mankind can't do anything else without the Father. It's already out of pride constantly. It's already out of needing to look good. It's always compromising things because it needs to do this or that or look like this or that constantly. That's such a great freedom to, start overcoming this for real. There's a freedom in this, but, someone won't understand this freedom right in the beginning the way they do much later. So then if they hear these words as 1 year old believer, 1 year, 6 months maybe, and they hear these things, it's not there to them as it is for someone that's been a believer for, let's say, 30 years. It's not as real to them. What they think they comprehend that means is not what's being said. I'm just saying that exists, and this is maybe even more difficult than the evil thing not being understood. I don't know. They're both difficult. It's so smoking with pride. That's who and what carnal man is, who and what we are. You just acknowledge it. And then he covers us. Then it's reckoned as dead. Then he reckons us and puts us under his favor. And it's so simple like that, but it's so real, powerful. But that's the words right there. And the words are not the higher thing to me. So then it's like, to the world, the words are the thing. Talking about real things always, not fake. Real world, real life things constantly. A reality to his truth. A reality to everything. Love, patience, long suffering, being alive more. Keep the commandments for life. These are not vanity words. There's a real life to be had if we keep them. That's the incentive, and that's always the perfect thing. That should be what someone wants. If they're of Messiah, that should be the heart wanting it. He's not speaking out of keep him in one day or else you're death or else you're thrown out of, religion and thrown into hell to burn in the future for all eternity because you didn't agree with the doctrine of being perfect, and then now we agree with it. Now we're perfect in one day, basically, and now it's over. Anyone that's not perfect like us, well, they're evil. Yeah, but it's not somebody's evil just because of doctrine alone. So now, in contrast to the important thing, the doctrine thing, it'll be lower in contrast to something bigger than it. But it is important by itself, true teaching. It's just that it's like what man's heart already is. If he believes certain things he says, that's what, now you got your salvation right. There's never any confidence. There's always this death and never any confidence if someone's not being commended by the Father himself. The good thing. Why would anyone want anything else? Fake thing? No power, not seeing him, not having his life, not truly understanding, not having any actual confidence in truth, but making it look like you have confidence. How? Through pride. That's how it can look like the real thing, which is a genuine confidence with knowledge from above. The fake thing needs to look what? Confident, so it can deceive. The works can deceive. It needs, if it didn't look confident and all that, it'd be exposed. The true thing that he gives us is confidence for real in whatever he's given us, and real strength. So then how do you look like that, but you don't have the Father's Spirit? You don't have these things given yet. You rise up, through pride, through the devil's way. The pride will lift you up through pride. And that's where the confidence is, from self. If it's not from above, it's already from self, period. There's only one or the other. It's self-confidence. And this is the self-righteousness and self-confidence that's evil, that harlot can't see. Can't see this real thing, because real pride is good to people. We're talking about that specific pride and saying it's evil. But if it's good to someone, how will they understand what we say? But then they'll just say it's not good to them. What other direction can someone go? Are they going to say it's good to them? That would sound wicked. They'd expose themselves. We say pride is good. Pride is good, everyone. They can't do that. So you have to deny it. It's the only direction, and say, well, if what he's saying is true, then the only thing we can do right now is say, no, we're not prideful. And they have to defend that. If that's the only retreat, you have to bitterly hold on to that all the time, no matter what, no matter how much truth coming their way. They have to bitterly defend that, because if they let that go, just this one thing, and it could come through all kinds of truths. Every time truth knocks at the door, this thing is being done. But in this example, it's like through pride, maybe through these words on this truth, pride, but it could be any and all his truth. They have to hold on to that thing and just say, we're not prideful. Forced to deny, which means forced to sin, forced to lie, forced. When you're in prison, you get forced to prison. They can't get out. They can't just, let me go out today. They got thrown in prison. This is slavery, to be forced to do evil, even, not just forced, but to do evil, lie, which causes death. And that's why it's like you discern someone that's like just lying, murdering, cheating, destroying, deceiving constantly, never changing. I mean, that's the works. But Messiah's people, we're going to make those mistakes. Does that mean they're not believers automatically, all by itself? No. Is it justify the sin? No, it's not that either. Too bad, carnal man. He needs to be one of those things always, or one thing, so that they can throw down the true thing. But it's right in the middle, the only way. It's like one truth and that's it. There's not 20 different truths, you know? I don't know how else to say it. It's not, they try to make it about this or that because if that's the case, they can throw it down now. Say there's lies, contradictions, evil, whatever, pride. The carnal man has to claim towards good and light everything that we know darkness is. They have to claim and hope. They have to hope. Darkness has to hope and claim and accuse light towards light. That's what it needs to do. And light knows that's what darkness is. But darkness has to claim it out of slavery. It needs it to be that. We don't need it to be that. When you know it's that, when it is that utterly, it doesn't need to be that because it is that. But if it is darkness and if it is lies, it's not righteous judgment. And if in reality what's being accused is not true, they need it to be true then. So you to cover, to hide and protect their traditions, and it's got to be backed up and constantly like this. So then that's why at some point pretty quickly it'll come down to one thing that someone has to do, like in the example, and just deny it because the next step, and that's why it was someone would be holding on so viciously, bitterly, because the next step, if they acknowledge that, in their mind, they've been spotted as wicked and sinners, the very thing that they're trying to hide. Isn't this crazy? This is crazy to me. It truly is a giant deception. I'm seeing the works prove that. You start seeing the inside and inner intentions and things on how and why someone's doing what they're doing. They thought they could get away with anything and everything. They thought that you could just say words, and because you say those words, it's automatically true. Then they wonder why they're in death secretly to themselves, you know? If someone's in death, what do you have to do when you're living a lie? Pretend you're good, that you're doing good constantly to the best ability you can. Trash others so that you can, you know, make self look good. To make, if you trash someone else, that means you're not that trashing, because you're saying, if I say this, that they're doing this, that means I'm not. That's what that's what's being sold. Someone will buy it. It's like one murderer agreeing with the other. It's like somewhere deep inside, you know, the person already knows that's a liar because that's all they do is lie. But there's an agreement made between devils on the evil, and the truth is buried. A mutual agreement on the truth being buried, on not seeking it out and wanting to have anything to do with it. This transaction takes place, but then, which will make it look like somebody's friends, right? And I've been watching and seeing in disbelief on some of these things that always have been true, but like with the eyes being open more, which we can't do that work ourselves. That's why we ask. And if someone in their heart doesn't believe that they're blind, they'll never ask in their heart to see. It's stunning. They will never do it. I might as well be shaking right now because it's such a simple thing. It's the difference between life and death, between believing in the Father and not believing in the Father. That work distinguishes the two, separates two. And it blows my mind that so many people, most of the world, never actually do that, because if they did really do that, speaking of from the heart, they would be healed to whatever degree, you know. They would see something. They would be given. It's true. Oh, it flipped on me. What is this? Oh. Yeah, it's okay right there, I guess. I can't believe that, you know. It's and then it's difficult with family or whatever, at times something said just doesn't ever go well. Then you sort of just learn to be quiet most of the time, not to say nothing because of running away, because you don't want tribulation. But there is a point where it's like you did admonish once or twice, you did what was right, and you can't keep doing it the exact same way, because it's like you're touching the Father's judgment right there. You're saying you can break his word. But we did that through stupidity without really seeing or believing in, or you have to see the judgment, something about judgments. Then you have to really believe it. Then you have to really see it. Then you can start saying you're touching his judgments, and that's not going to move. It's only going to be hurting us. This is evil to the world. They hear the words, they can start imagining something like, that means I can't do whatever I want. Hello? Yep, that's true. You can't just do whatever you want through this rebellion, free will kind of thing, which has nothing to do with holding my phone right now and then dropping it, or, moving my hand. It's not the understanding. That literal thing is not the understanding of what's being said. So how do you give that to someone that believes in free will and is just blind in religion? They already have like these answers that so many people seem to have ready, just in case truth comes their way. They already know how to defend the lie. And it's like, that's why, it can look like someone cares or has zealousness, because when they answer, I'm watching people answer out of defending itself and the lie, not out of caring about what it's actually saying right that minute. Oh man, it's so bad. But they'll do anything and everything, people, to make it look like they are what they're saying. In this case, if you're in the harlot, it's a projected light. We can read about it, simple things. They should be counted for a light. It needs to look like something like light. So always have to do those works. But it makes them sound wise, and they think no one can see the difference. And they'd be right. People are right. And I'm saying they think it's just like it's already known. Just like already known. But really they never consider. I think everyone's like, it's like already assuming everyone else is blind. That's how it's treating other people, everyone. Like, there's partiality there. It's like, okay, just because it's true for most people, but then when truth comes their way, they treat it as if it's the lie, as if they're blind, the exact same blinding completely. That's what I'm trying to bring out. I know with the Father's truth, it's like it's either all or nothing. But when we don't have the sight, it's difficult, and we'll be a little shaky on things, not knowing, because you see, maybe if you don't see it's true for everyone, or you don't see his truth, and people are it causes inside doubts and not seeing clearly, and then you try to forget it. That's what they do in there. They see something about that they don't know, but what happens? Boom, blinded. Say, I don't care, it'll be okay. And then it goes away. A problem that was really a problem, it goes away because they don't want to face it, and it disappears. So we need to be careful for what we actually want with the heart, because it's coming so often. He'll do it. And this is like a strong sorcery in there. It has to be that strong for the works that we see. It's strong. It's a strong blinding. It's a strong death. There's so much people say, and it's like they're getting away with murder, getting away with lying, what it kind of looks like constantly. They could say anything and everything, and just questions don't even come. and they're the masters of deceiving people in there like that. And if someone does ask some kind of question, it's like they got these nasty answers, and most of the time, well, my pastor said this. If you didn't like it, well, you church hop. And then every once in a while, someone actually comes out of her, not even knowing what on earth they're doing. It's just the Father moving them in a way they can't even see or understand in that moment. That's what I could say about myself, because, most people don't remember when they were 1 year old, speaking literally here, 2 years old, 3. What do you remember? What about 0? What about before 0? If that's true, what's true about this? At a very young age, there's like no remembrance, like no, not even, not only not knowledge, but like no remembering of things. Isn't it true spiritually then? What would that look like? It's a deeper thing. And you know what's amazing? The reason this came up more recently is because I was trying to remember certain specific things and I couldn't. I'm like, what's going on? What was I doing 7 years ago, spiritually speaking, in my mind and heart, not like literally working on a boat engine or whatever, technician, not that kind of what was I doing? Speaking in my mind and heart, what was I doing? I can't remember. I literally can't remember. I can remember things I've done. It's not like in a way, it's hard to try to bring this out in words because it's going to sound stupid if, I'm aware of that. But I'm not talking about that easy to sort of see thing. I know I can remember things, obviously, 8 years ago, whatever, going closer to 9, 8 something, on someone, what I was literally working on, driving back and forth, this, that, but I'm talking about something else, something in the heart, deep spiritual things, and I can't remember. And it's the truth. And then it's like, well, then it hit me. And I know it's always the Father giving understanding on something, not from myself. Didn't even try to think of it. That's how, just always just out of the blue. So it seems, just comes. Wait a second, babies don't remember. Maybe that's teaching something. It's like you can't remember your birth in that something like the natural. That's all. That's the picture right there. There's something about not remembering, hard to remember. I see something with that. It's weird. It's kind of strange. And it's like sometimes his truth is like, he's so perfect, but it's like part of you goes, I can't believe this is true. I can't do anything about this. And it's like amazement, but maybe just a little bit of that beast trying to come out and like be angry because I can't do anything about it. But then that's overcome instead of being overcome by the world. You just overcome that thought that's trying to get in, pass by, not by our own power. And obviously praying. What is praying? If we could genuinely do it, what are we asking and praying for so many things then if we could do it? And it's just like a blatant contradiction in this world. It's so confused. There's no bottom, there's no corners, there's no foundation. It's always moving, spinning. It's spinning while it's moving 666 miles per hour. The waters are moving on the earth, which is moving in the system, which it's moving as a whole, and whatever, that's a lot of chaos. And it's just funny that is where it's like the teachings are like manifesting on who and what mankind is, like even just worse and worse, like naturally, I guess, even like it's just like manifesting how bad it is, and the unrest is really manifesting. It's not to say it hasn't always been unrest. It's just like, I believe it just waxes worse and worse no matter what nation is at any time. But it's like it waxes worse and worse for a nation any time. And not only is that true now, but this specific time we're in is worse than other times in this way because of what we have today now. It's crazy. So that's like it's like a both. It's getting worse towards the end, but it always was true. It always waxes worse. That's scripture. That's Father's teaching. We read it simply. The He waits until the sins are filled up specifically. Don't go here yet. Don't do this. When this nation gets this judgment done. Why do we read these things? To start to see on a grander scale what he's doing, not specifically getting stupid like that. Just that we know this is his judgment and on a bigger scale. It's time for this nation to get judged. And when that nation judges that nation, the one that judged them through, war and destruction and everything, they're going to get judged for doing evil also. Ooh. I just see like, oh, that is wicked, man. The Father's just wicked. He's just doing wickedness all the time. It's actually, no, it's not wicked. He's actually doing righteous judgment, and it's amazing. It's amazing. It's astonishing to see any of it. To see a little bit of it is amazing. Because, the faith of a mustard seed could move mountains. What is that saying all by itself? Messiah's teaching. Even if it's a little bit of faith, it can do so much, because it's like in contrast to zero faith, and in and of this world, there's no power like this from him. Never changes, can't do anything. But if it's real faith, even if it's small, it can do a lot. It can do a lot. I mean, what on earth does it look like if it's big? If it actually gets big, the thing that did a lot when it was small, how much more can it do when it grows a little bit? And what is this? The kingdom of heaven is growing. The kingdom of heaven is within, so it's for self, and it's also on a grand scale. Both are true. Why can't people accept that so often two things are true? Both. That the prophecy is like for individually, and it's seen on a nation's grander scale world. The kingdom of heaven will grow as a whole, meaning more people coming to knowledge of truth, leading to all, and then it'll grow in that way. But right now, the only important, the above thing is the kingdom of heaven, for today, right now, today, the kingdom of heaven is within you. That means that seed is within you. It means Father's seed, which sprouts, which is life, is within you. That means everything about the kingdom and everything we read is happening within us. The understandings are coming from within, and they go out. These are this is the important things. This is not carnal, in that earthly is only sort of just an image on the outside. The kingdom of heaven is on the inside. And it's reduced to simple thing like that, It's reduced, like that's how you can say it. And I have no intention to say that to take away from all these things we need to learn. It's actually the opposite. It's big, but it can be said in a few words. The kingdom of heaven is within. The kingdom of the earth, carnal, lowly, is without, from the outside, without the within. Just the outside, that's it, the shell. And if this is true, and if anything is true in his word, but if those two things are true there, none of his word will ever contradict it at any point. It will be connected and flow with that truth, if it's true. And I'm just saying if, to bring something out, test and prove all things. And if another thing we talk about in his word is true. Everything else that's actual truth must flow with it, and it'll be connected and not contradict. It'll only support and add the connection that's missing, like a puzzle piece. And then if anything is true, it'll do that. But the lies work the same. It's just the backwards. It's exactly the same on with evil and lies. It's just backwards. If it's a lie, it's the backwards thing now. If it's a lie, how do you say that? All the lies be stupid and contradicting, even with compared to themselves. Instead of flowing with each other and connected, they'll be against each other. And this is what they call one. It's one in that it's lies, but it's not one in the same way. It's actually not one in the way truth is. It's one that it's like a battery, but it fights its own self. The teachings and the works fight themselves. Everything is like that with the devil's kingdoms. And I think there's something that's already like in someone's mind, a lot of people's mind, and it's just assumed, it's not known. The problem was never, I'm seeing this thing too. I believe it's important. The problem is never flesh. It was never like, how do you say it? Just flesh. The flesh profits nothing. That goes both ways then. It was never a problem by itself, the Father's creation, that grass exists, that the human body exists. That was never the problem. The flesh profits nothing. That means the flesh, the natural thing by itself, has no sway. It doesn't prove anything by itself for good or evil, this or that. The heart of it is exactly that. It was a heart. It was the heart all along. So then saying there's not some weird thing that's going on with me, just so it's known. When I say carnal, Jerusalem, earth, I'm not implying anything else. But I know this thing does exist out there in this world. That people make it as if the Father's literal creation and your literal body is like the problem or something. And it's not. It's not the problem by itself. And what more proof do we need than Messiah himself, just like everyone else, and yet he was perfect. How is flesh and blood literally the problem? When he's obeying the Father, when he's perfect, when he's has the fullness of the Father in him, and he's doing the Father's very works. He's living the kingdom. He's more than entered the kingdom. He's living it. First, himself as an example, the kingdom of heaven within. And he's flesh and blood just like everyone else. Doesn't that prove that was never the heart of the problem? It's just spiritual, it doesn't mean what the true mystics say. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to me. The people that so often say were mystics, they themselves are likely this sort of mystical idea thing and how their heart really works. They assume and claim to believe these things. They'll so often teach it as if like the doctrines and works. When I've seen and discerned some of this that exists in this world, after looking at some teachings and putting it together and testing and proving it, there's many that combined with that, looking at discerning that, is that they actually teach that is the problem, but it won't be likely said with words on the open, but it's reduced to it's what the heart really believes, because that's what it's discerned as, speaking of what the heart really believes. And it's not the problem, although that flesh does represent carnality and natural, and this is true, but we enter the kingdom now, even, which has nothing to do with not entering in the future. It's just that we enter now. Both are true through belief. the kingdom of heaven within. What does that imply? Some evil thing, like there's no kingdom, there's nothing coming? No, it's just that, surprise, carnal man. It's just that it's true by itself, you know, not adding to his word, not assuming and adding things. That is that is adding to his word when something's implied or added that's not speaking that at all. It's not there. So there's a deeper way of adding and taking away to his word, and sort of something like literally adding and taking away literal words, but it's a more spiritual, deeper thing. It's done in the mind and heart. It's done with his word like that. So, and I see the Father, just the heart of all teaching, the heart of everything is, and the world will say the right words. It's about the heart. I don't deny that. But that's like what it really is. So then it makes me a little green in the face when I end up saying what the whole world's always been saying, not to sound wiser than it or special, or these words were never said, I only have this truth, sick. That needs overcome too. Not through that. It makes me sick because of the reality of breaking what that really means, but then you can say it all day long and break it and not know what it means or care about it. That's what makes me sick inside. I mean, it truly is. The heart is the heart of the matter. It is. I'm believing that I'm believing that his people, when they hear that phrase, they're seeing real things, and it's not how the world's seeing it. It's not childish, immature, forever, carnal, no understanding, It's whatever we need to see, and it gets better. Tribulation gets worse. And if someone is getting better and wants to get better, the tribulation must get worse. That's difficult. That might drive people away. Well, they didn't want a tribulation at all. But wait a second, you're telling me the longer I'm a believer, true believer, the tribulation is not just there, it gets worse? Well, that's been my experience. Utterly, totally. I could see that it was a little in the beginning when you're little, and then a little more with a little more. And maybe that's what here a little, there a little really means, and is connected to these real things. And it has greater meaning than just saying it one word, one carnal way. It's talking about something real, his word. Here a little, there a little with his word, and his word is spirit, and it has to do with good works and real things in life. Therefore, here a little, there a little is this growth in his word, with his word, literally. Everything through his word, but not just the letters by themselves. Nevertheless, what his word means, which is his word. Precept upon precept upon, line upon line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little, there a little, you build on top. And the foundation must be good. And what you build on top of it must be good too, because you're going to build on top of the thing you're building at that moment. It needs to be good so it can keep going, and the house is built. And this world's gone so far away from his commandments. It's like, and now I do see this thing, and it seems like it really has like a movement almost over the last some years. I don't know, but more recently, I would say, I think. And it's just a more desperate masquerade. It's unbelievable. And now, if in the last generation there's a people that's ready, getting ready, and they're speaking The devil has to shut them up through hiding and mixing a bunch of things and creating a bunch of masqueraders. And it's nasty because, it doesn't take long to find out discernment that someone's carnal. Although it's like more difficult without seeing someone being there face to face, but that's not like our job or something to go out of our way to do that. It's just that's just what needs to be done when it needs to be done, not to like search all day long and do that. I found out that to be fruitless. Not only is it hurting self, it was like, no good work, fruitless. But it was good in that you learn through it. You learn through being overzealous and like trying to almost control people with the knowledge the Father gives. Find out that's what everyone's doing. Then you step back and just watch and go, wow. Mankind really is lost. He's lost, but it's like you see it for real. It's true. You could see self. What that was like, what it's like to keep going. And you see and hear the word lost, and you see what it's meaning. But then it's just offensive to everyone that's lost, because in their mind, they're not lost. In their own mind and heart, they're not lost. But you could sing a song. You could make an album that says, I'm lost, man. And I'm this, and I'm that, and I'm broke, and I'm relationship failures. You could say all these things on what we just said. But then if it's brought up for real, the very things that's said there, it's attacked. How did they do that on the album then? How did they do that on the comments? How did they do that with their buddies? Maybe it wasn't real when they said sorry. Is that what that's going on? Maybe they only said that out of false humility constantly. I see this thing constantly. You can say it only when you say it your way, yourself, without any real meaning and truth connected to that. When real comes someone's way, which is real light, which is the Father's Spirit, which is his power in someone, it's real. All of a sudden angry and offended quickly on the very things they've said at some point openly about themselves. I don't understand that. You could sing a song about deception or I don't know, flat earth, pick something, NASA, whatever it is. And people could be doing this, doing that. But then when you go deeper on this specifically, this or this, it's like the very people that say the world's deceived, but everyone's deceived except self, though. Every time truth is given to someone that does these works, it's unbeliever, it rages, it goes nuts. And we don't want to do that, go out of our way to do that. It's just that if something's talked about for real, I find that the very words that are said aren't being believed by so many that say it. But they even say right words a lot too. And you have to kind of dig the pit yourself to see that it's really bad. And I see this necessary thing, which is going to sound like it's teaching to sin, and it's not. And yet it's absolutely necessary, because the Father needs to show us what the dark evil thing is, which is, we're coming out of that. That's not very hard for him to do. We just start coming out of that. But then sight is given to see what it is, so that we saw we were in that, and now getting us out of it, the pit. And there is good being done through this evil too. You learn things, and you learn things about the world too, sort of naturally, spiritually, whatever. You could pick up things, make connections, see a bunch of different things, so that in the future it comes to your mind, and maybe it's connected to something the Father gives you later. But now you're aware of it because you went through some of this sort of digging in the bottomless pit a little bit for a while. So now you know something about it. Then it's beneficial in that way. Then it's beneficial to see that The digging forever, like that's no good. But see, the definition of doing that is not finding something about this world that's a lie here and there. That's not the meaning of that. It's a specific thing where your mind is in it constantly, and that's it. Nothing to do with just the same thing, digging for evil constantly, all the time. And that's like somebody's escape. I mean, that's someone's delusion. That's someone's unrest. We need to pull them out of there. Not many get pulled out now, I suppose. A few, whatever a few is, some more, some less, maybe, I don't know. A little bit different every generation, maybe, but always a few. And many means many. It is amazing that there's like this sort of agreement that there's like awakening or something, isn't there? And they're converting masses of people. Then they go and read something about Noah's day, Messiah's words. It's not because of that something is proven or something. It's just seeing the insanity and blindness of it all. Just one thing to see. And it's going to be offensive because the truth is saying a few. And if this is a giant lie that there's floods of people believing, masses everywhere, around the world, it's connected to them. It's always thinking for self first, in this selfish way. What if it's just true? Have they ever considered that? What if it's just true? And if it's true, you might want to beware that this is all a lie. What are you doing? You might want to ask yourself. But it's like that just doesn't come in someone's mind, does it? It's already assuming and working out of it not being deceived or blind at all. It's already just working out of that. As long as it does it, only going into more blinding. It's just worse and worse. I know I need to see more because a lot more, but I mean, I have seen more in contrast to 2 years ago, especially, or a year ago. But someone that's older, they're harder than when they were 30 at 70, than when they were at 30. They're harder. It's not even so much that they'll look worse, because it's not about looks by itself. It's just that if certain things come their way, at 70, it's like even harder than it was 30. It's like even more bitterly resisting. It's no good. The heart gets harder. The heart gets harder. What does that look like in real life? With the heart's works. Not good. It's getting harder still. It's already hard and getting harder and harder. That means it's becoming like even more brittle. It's like more impossible to change. But maybe it's getting a little easier or it's getting ready more, preparing to shatter, dashed to pieces with the saints. Messiah will, with the saints, the kingdom, dash the nations to pieces, like I read. Not just Messiah by himself. The King of Kings will dash the nations and his people. And it's not one verse in Revelation. There's many scriptures all over his word on this judgment. It's a mighty judgment. But it sounds cold, sounds cruel on the surface. Dash people. So then when someone has darkness and nothing but darkness in them, they read that and put darkness onto it, and then that gives opportunity to call the Father evil, when it's actually out of their no understanding. They're doing it because they're doing that because they're evil. That's the reality, not their reality, but that's the truth. And outside of delusion, the Father's truth. Someone's doing that because they're still what they're saying, claiming they're. Just because that someone doesn't see the good thing, it's already automatically assumed and judged as the evil thing always. They never consider what dashing the stony heart will do. So, it'll do like what he's done with his few chosen since the beginning of the creation. He's been proving it every generation. There's going to be proof that he's been doing this. But the Father's like some kind of insecure, evil creator where he's, it does take a severe insecurity. This is the creator we're talking about, not even just little man, weak man. The burning people in fire is teaching that the Father's also incredibly insecure and doesn't know how to correct or judge, doesn't know how to do anything. When he's given the family structure, even as it is right now, families, that parents will do a better job than the creator ever did. At least they won't, torture them forever, their kids. But at least they corrected their kids a little bit, whereas burning in fire forever is zero correction forever. There's no correcting at all in hell, is there? In the world's hell, how could there be? And what's amazing is if someone got out of hell from being roasted forever in unimaginable pain and they got out, this is the reality of what every single soul would be after they got out. Just to bring something out. Give me a second here. Is to, well, like we've seen, well, who hasn't seen it? If someone can escape, they're going on a mission to destroy whoever sent them there or did that to them, period. Especially unimaginable torture. It's even on a higher level than broke your nose, and now the guy's going after the guy that tied him to a chair. He gets out of the chair and he's going to go and break the other guy's nose. First one was God loving the lack of power in someone to rise and think it's powerful because someone's tied up and they got a gun now and now they're strong. The wicked know something about this, so then they'll say out of darkness, which has some truth to this, "Oh, you coward, put away your gun and then see if you can fight." Why is that being said? Well, it's out of confusion, it's out of evil, it's out of even knowing something about it, because self does that dark work, but to defend itself too, hoping that bothers them so that they actually do that, so that he has a better chance of getting away or beating the guy up or killing him. To agitate, hoping it works. It's a constant deception, constant game playing. But if they switch now and the other guy gets tied up in the chair that was mocking the guy, now it flipped over, the guy that's in the chair is going to do exactly what the other guy did to him perfectly. Now he's God. Now look who's strong. Now look who's strong. Who are you now? Now what? Look who's weak now, and look who's strong now. I'm God. See? They just both literally did the same things, and it's insanity. It's evil. Cowardly, insecure. It's everything that's darkness. So now the other person's in the opportunity where they look like they have power. Now they can take advantage of someone and play these God works with someone like a toy, and they can't do anything about it. If they escape, they're coming after the guy that did that, and will do that to him. And that's what he would have done, vice versa. Exactly the same with the heart. So how much more coming out of being burned forever? Well, being burned for a long time and then coming out. They're going to have a wrathful vengeance full of hatred and murder towards those that dumped them there, towards the creator that threw them in there. Won't they? How is it that that never even gets brought up ever? At least bring up with the theoretical what would happen, and then say, okay, that was just what would happen, but back to hell. They don't actually get out ever. How come it never even gets brought up? So, to bring out something in the heart come it doesn't get brought up with any kind of care or understanding? But there is a bad and there is an ugly, and it just exists. It's true. But what's the difference between the bad and the ugly? We can't be partial between those two now either. The bad have some kind of hope because they weren't as bad as the ugly, but the ugly have no hope. Where's the teaching on that? Just to be, where is that specific divider and like partiality between the different levels of bad? Because it really is going back to one thing, the same, which is everyone's heart is wicked and deceitful of themselves, and everyone got deceived. So then if we make categories like this and say the ugly, well, I don't know about them. They'll be lost forever, but the bad, they won't. That's doing the exact same work. It's the same teaching as the hell doctrine, just in a slightly different way, where it's bringing out like boasting, it's bringing out like partiality, it's bringing out, well, that means they were better of themselves, of their own power, and we have to bring up all the same things with anything but it is, and I bring that up, but because it is brutal, some people, and it's like unimaginable to ever have mercy on them, isn't it? But I would ask, even though we're not doing it perfectly, hope, doing it the best whatever we've been given perfectly in that moment, because we can't do better. Just to bring out, what was I going to say? I don't know. It's trying to bring out that no one's, it starts teaching certain things about who the Father is and what he'll do. It just starts already doing that. It starts breaking a bunch of things. It starts questioning whether faith is even a true gift. Because if it's divided like that in any way with categories, because they were more evil, now there's definitely no hope for them. Can someone see partiality in that? That leaves room for boasting. Is it man's works now of himself? These would all have to be asked. But instead, I see the Father doing the extreme things so that they exist in everything in between. But the extreme things will bring out opportunity on what mankind thinks is impossible. It's not with the Creator. It's not with the Father. It's not impossible. As extreme as it may look and as bad as it may look, it's not impossible at all with him. Chief of sinners. But I know that literally there is a worse in this world. These are some of the, like, just brutal serial killers and like rapists. Literally, this is real wicked. Or people maybe that torture people and who knows what they do. Sick stuff. That is like even darker. It's even worse than maybe the average works of darkness, which is down further. It is a little frightening, because what is man with no restraint? What is he? Maybe it's pretty close to the very bad, worst things we see in this world. What we can find that looks the worst, and that's everyone without his restraint. Who believes that, though? Yeah. He doesn't have to do any evil. And then he doesn't do evil because that's how he shows that he's not. He doesn't do that from his heart. He doesn't do wickedness. And Job comes alive when the understanding's being given, because it's showing something that's always true. Always true. And anything in his word is always true, not true for 2 minutes and now it's expired or something. Of course, there's going to be things to rightly divide that sort of don't fit what that's nonsense. It doesn't change the fact that all his word is always true. But when someone's desperate to try to make someone look like a liar, you can go out of your way to create something that has nothing to do with that actual meaning, but they think that's going to stump someone and make them look like a liar. That's what's being done a lot too. What was I saying now? What on earth was I saying? Evil. Now I lost my thought going off the side. Well, that wasn't my will to lose that thought. I didn't want it to happen. Oh, okay, I think I got it back right. Yeah, Job, where the one teaching is that the Father is in control of everything, and ultimately, in this way, he does everything because he gives, and we read his name. He gives his name, and he takes away. The Creator himself gives and takes away. Bless his name anyways. That's what we read there. But then we can see, this testing, tempting, giving us a picture and a truth like any in his word, where he's touched, but not his life, but go ahead and bring it on anywhere else that you can. And it's showing that the Father just allows it to be by getting rid of a little protection for Job. And then darkness just comes to attack. The devil comes to attack. And you can eat up the flesh. Oh, by the way, you stupid devils. Don't you know? Don't they know that the Father allowing the monsters to eat Job's flesh is actually for his own good? Oops. Don't you know that by you doing evil, thinking you're wise by doing evil, thinking you're wise by playing games, tricks, murdering Job or murdering his people, that it's for their own good, and without you thinking you're wise in a delusion, it wouldn't work for his good? Thanks in this way. But we can't get prideful about that. But I'm just seeing the truth in it, though, because it's for the destruction of the flesh so that Job's refined. But the people attacking him have no clue in their mind at all what they're doing. They think that they're doing good. They think they got him. They think they can attack him, play with him forever. But they can't touch Job's life. The devil can't touch his people's life that's hidden in Messiah, that he protects. He cannot do that ever. He can't just do that at will and just do that. That will always be protected for whoever his people are. But then you can't get cocky about that or prideful. Because if the heart really does, the Father really judges what he sees that's real. That is the truth. But now Job is suffering, and his flesh is suffering, and it's the meaning, it's the spiritual understanding of to see whatever it is the true thing, the higher thing that's always true. But nevertheless, Job is suffering. He's going difficult, and it's the flesh is being destroyed. He's not doing so good, but he's still alive, and he is. You could say he's kind of down a little bit. He's a little bit in a pit. But now is he going to curse the Creator? Now is he going to curse what the Father did by allowing it, by purposing it? Even though not directly, he still did it in this way. What about in reality, in real life? that it's not based on someone just being good boy. He does that to his people, period. For being a believer, boom, reasons to hate the creator, boom, here it comes again, boom, here it comes again, boom, boom. You know, it's going to put on what those words really mean in someone's heart today in 2021. In reality, now the real thing's happening, you know. But they think that this never would be like this, that he doesn't do this. So what does it give opportunity for the devils to count Job specifically as an unbeliever and wicked? Specifically that's what it gives opportunity for. Does that mean it's going to happen in our life? It's already happened to me. It's going to happen. It's happening. It's a torment in its own way to know that someone else's mind thinks you're down and is happy secretly that they think you're down. Like, there's some truth to that, but their down is like in destruction, happy that they think they got you and destroyed you and finished you, ruined you, within destroyed you. And you know that's what's in their mind and heart. That's a serious, you know, nasty thing. And you what now? Is it going to give pressure to want to murder them back, attack back, do evil back? You bet it will. Make someone sweat. Does all kinds of things that's happening all at once. They're happy for actual death and destruction, hoping, believing that they got you and took you down. When you rise back up and the Father makes sure that some people see it and know it, that's how he fulfills his word. They're utterly devastated. They're in shock and cowardly fear because you should have died. Because the natural picture says that once a wolf kills a sheep, it's dead. It's what would always happen with hungry wolves. It would kill the sheep pretty easily. We do read in Revelation that whoever doesn't have the mark to worship the image of the beast, such as those that don't have the mark and worship the image of the beast, they are to be killed. The devil's coming to kill. Yes, we can say the saints are being killed, like I read in Revelation, every single generation. But I also read, killed all the day long. Killed all the day long, the apostle says simply, with simple words. And yet still alive, you know, and a few more examples. This and this, and yet still not like destroyed. Fastings, this, that, sleepless nights, which, you know, has been struggling with that myself. Not literally sleepless, like 0 minutes, just, you know, it's like somehow the Father just makes it come true. It's amazing. And someone might, you know, I could see what the darkened mind would say is, it's your fault. Just do whatever you want. Fix it. What do you mean? Oh, you're just doing that so you fulfill prophecy on purpose. I hope that they're not doing that. Maybe that's their works. You know, nonsense. When you know the heart, and only the Father knows and Messiah knows and your heart knows. For real, conscience is clear. Anybody could use those words, notice. We don't care what they say. It's got to be that way. But it would be true for most. That needs to be seen too. What they said would have some truth because they just spoke of the darkness they only know and do it themselves. That's how they know, to just instantly condemn. They think they know. They'll condemn the light just as if it's dark, no difference. They'll attack the light way stronger than the dark because dark is no threat to someone. Darkness doesn't expose darkness the way light does like that. It can't do that. So what's happening when people attack each other? Is that someone exposing someone? Well, it's them. It is something like this, but it's not actual light. It's attacking with evil. It's ripping off someone's clothes and pointing, haha, you're naked, but spiritually doing that. It's not light exposing. But see how that looks? I mean, there is an answer for everything. There literally is. And people get angry. What are you saying? There's an answer for everything? Are you saying there's an answer for nothing? It's like where they're coming from. Where are you from? Which doesn't automatically mean we have the answer for everything. You know, it's nonsense. They just can't believe that the Father gives truth. Unbelievable. But it's like laughing at Noah, pulling the cloak off in Mark, people laughing and running away, exposing them in this way by doing evil, which sort of looks like the real thing. Light exposing darkness, which shows people's nakedness. How do you look like that spiritually without ever doing that if you're not a light? How do you look like you're exposing nakedness and sin if you're not an actual light, which means you can't do it the same way light does? You do evil and strip someone's clothes off, and that's the light exposing darkness. These are two different things. One is evil and one is good. One is utterly evil. One is utterly good. That's it. And they can look similar on the outside. 5 virgins look like the other 5 virgins, but 5 don't have oil inside, you know, but they can try to look like something. That's what the parable's teaching. Why is there 5, you know, that are like the same, everything the same, except they don't have oil, but they look the same. You know, no one would see the difference on the outside without any discernment. The righteous judgment and discernment is the inside, not the outside by itself. And the outside's only good if the inside is matching it, or the outside matching the inside, that it's really there. Then it's okay. Then this is good. That's the only good way. Outside by itself, that is the devil's works. Amazingly simple, but in real life, it's a little different than the teaching. In real life, this is real. You know, it's not just at the comfort of speaking when you speak about some understanding. You know, when you face it in reality, it's a whole new thing, a whole different thing in this way. Someone tries to creep into the unnoticed, and what do we read is in Messiah's parable? He freezes. What are you doing here? You're not dressed, you're not ready for the wedding. And then they freeze, their eyeballs pop wide open because they've been spotted for who and what they really are. They weren't really any of these people in the wedding believers. They just only put clothes on, like Adam and Eve, but clothes in the parable, meaning to look outwardly like something that the believers are inwardly. And that's why they look like that outwardly. They're not playing tricks like that. The inwardly is the thing that they try to look like outside only. And they're spotted. What are you doing here, buddy? You know, and they freeze. There's this instant cowardly fear, and they have to go away. And you know, it is true. No one can be inside. No one can be inside. No one can. It's already true right now in Jerusalem, spiritual Jerusalem as it is now. Outside are the dogs, sorcerers, the Gentiles, everyone who loves and practices a lie. But these scriptures are already true. The Father just makes this true. He doesn't allow filthy to get inside and stay inside, you know, it's outside. The court for the Gentiles. The sinners still, the dogs. And Father calls us dogs. The carnal man is a dog. Backwards, that's God. Beast. Isn't that something? That blew my mind how simple that was. Dog. Which is man. But backwards, that's God, which is man in his own mind. and the dog is a beast. But it's not about that, by itself. See how stupid that would be too, where there's care for it because of the real meanings. There's care for that. Without the meanings, you just go and say, you're not supposed to say God. Let's just say you say that. That's dog backwards. And then you command someone, now you need to say, can't say that because that's a dog. And those who do that are sinners. And those who now say what I say, some other word, we're righteous and we're good. But these people, they say God, which is dog. That's only outside. It doesn't prove anything. If you treat it as if it does, it's very stupid. It ends up being dumb. If you treat the thing that's not the inside, that's not the higher thing, as the higher thing when it's only the lower thing or outside, it's a grave, mystery in someone's mind. It's a sin. The mystery of lawlessness. It's a mystery because the man doesn't know what it is. He's waiting till, I don't know what he's waiting for until it's really lawless or something. It's always been lawless in the heart. Even waxing worse though. Not denying that one thing doesn't imply another, and when that understanding starts coming for certain things for his word, it really helps. Not implying one thing by saying. So often one thing doesn't automatically imply something else is not true. And I can't imagine what's to come. I guess speaking of the world right now, the literal days to come. I feel like, it really is like, it might as well be the calm before the storm, but I don't know. It's never really calm, but I guess in contrast to the storm, you could say it was calm before the storm, but never really actually calm. And tribulation to people is only like financial, and I don't want to take that away from anyone or self. It's part of something, it's connected, but that's like the definition for someone is like status, financial, money, clothes, and which is not to take away things like food that people need. It's just that that's like everything. Therefore, there's no tribulation to mankind in his own mind. If there's no literal war and disease literal going on, But for there's a tribulation every day for me. I don't know what on earth anyone else is doing over there that says the tribulation hasn't like started yet or something, or is coming in the future only. That's what they really believe and imply and mean. But if someone is seeing that they're being exposed, where they already believe that and it was true all along, that they don't understand the tribulation and it's coming someday and that's it, that's the understanding in the future, and now it's being exposed and some truth is being said, as that's being said, they're thinking of ways to make themselves look good, so that one way to do that is to go along with you, to hide with you so they can get out looking good. Now this is real nasty. It does take a real deep discernment to see when that's really done, but it does get done. They'll go right along with you in a certain ways that they know they can, to make it sound like they know what you're talking about, so that the intention, so that they don't look like they don't know something or are lying and deceiving people. Because when you do that, somehow that man already knows, it'll cut the conversation off quicker because you're in agreement. And then after you're in agreement, everything goes smooth and kind of quiet and nice, then you can go away. If that was the intention on what they said, that means they only thought up words in their mind to say. with the intention to build those words just so that you can walk away looking like you know what the other person's saying. That means they never had the understanding of those very words if that was done. To just only use something like a kind of like the whores use, man. It's sad, sin. You need to overcome that and ask about that too, because that's a nasty thing. Just seek truth from the Father, and if we don't know, we don't know. We just wait. Just wait. Acting hastily destroys waiting. So then there's ways to sell, act hastily, without actually saying it in the open. But the reality of the heart is that you sell that. There's ways to do it, to sell it, so that you don't see it for what it is right up front. And then if the heart does that, this is what it absolutely will do. It won't have patience. It won't wait properly, because hastily is like the opposite. You see the cleverness. And to me, throughout time, that's how the Father's one way he's shown me that there really is a power in an enemy, because this is some really nasty, clever stuff, carnally clever like that. And it's thought up in seconds, even on the spot. Then the Father shows me something, specifically on something I didn't see maybe fully, and I'm thinking about it, I'm going, no, that's what they just said. That's what they did to get to that end result there. And it happens so quick. What is that? It's almost like they're being told to do that. Is that so crazy to say in this world today? I guess it's crazy to actually believe that. You know, it's crazy to actually believe that's happening in reality, as a real belief in truth and reality, to believe this, to see it. But I wouldn't want to make it something that it's not, like more than it's not. It just, all truth's important. But that's the difficult thing, is that if someone's not in agreement, it's like, well, I mean, if they're a believer, you just, both sides should be waiting and praying for truth. That's it. I mean, it's not gonna be perfect, because unless two people believe at the exact same time, and maybe they grew up together so that they, and through a lot of back and forth over a few years, that's about as close as you can be. That's an agreement. But if someone believed way earlier than someone else, and someone else way later, and they're not close together, and they don't do that, you can imagine and see the difference between growing. It's like saying a little plant, a little tree should be the same as the big tree. I mean, it's kind of dumb, kind of stupid, isn't it? Although what we should be seeing and learning is the same things, the same good works, the same overcoming of sin and what sin is, all of that. It's just that it's not the same growth necessarily. It can't be unless, that perfect scenario where that's like the closest I see it could be. But if someone, believes way later, if someone, believed in, I don't know, 10 years before I did, if he's growing in Messiah, I mean, what was going on in those 10 years? I would think plenty of growth, which would be way more growth than me today. And then like vice versa, both ways, which means you can say it's the same things, the same teacher, the same everything, just not at the same time exactly, necessarily. And that picture always, like, it's amazing. It can't be broken, his word, but you find the value in comparing a picture of something in creation itself, and giving a picture like two I don't know, an orange tree that's really small, one that's big, producing a bunch of fruit. I mean, wouldn't it be dumb to say that the small one is just like the big one? But there is something true about it. What is it? They're both orange trees. They both come from the same root, found same dirt, same foundation. Speaking of the good ground specifically, or the bad ground. That's what that's in common. Two orange trees. They're the same trees from the same good ground. They both are trees. They're both the same kind. They're both going to produce fruit. I guess even if they were different kind, then if they were, you could say they're both producing fruit, and that's what they have in common. And it's the same. It's going to produce fruit. It's a little more, a little less, some, but they're different in that the size could be different, which means in reality that means that there's going to be difference seen. There's going to be differences seen with the spiritual eyes, just like the trees are seen with the physical eyes, because the natural is not the higher thing. So then, that's the real important thing, is that with the spiritual, it's just different, a little smaller, bigger, and smaller means more sin. Bigger means less sin. I don't know how much, where someone's at, where I'm at, but I just know that's true. I just know that perfected is perfected. And if we're not perfected, that means we're not just 100%, never, ever slipping up, never making, and if it's a smaller tree, it's going to make more mistakes. It's not see as much. But when it grows up a little bit bigger, it'll be bigger than this other tree that's smaller than it. And then you can see what that smaller tree is doing. And maybe you don't like what you see, but you remember seeing that for self too. Then you can actually have real understanding and not fake, stupid pretending. And being careful, because it would be a hypocrite. There's no, like, the Father's way is just stunning. I mean, we're talking about the finest speck of a detail. Can't be done evilly, or else it'll be some kind of sin, some kind of hypocrisy, some kind of stupidity. It's just a matter of seeing it, being taught by Father by it. Wow, that's a narrow path. It's a narrow way. His way is perfect, literally. We read that. Okay, man, be perfect now. Now, I'm not mocking what that really means. I'm mocking what the carnal man thinks it means. And that's just the way it is. It has to be, because it's either one thing or the other. It's either good or lie. It's either true or false. And the first covenant basically is that. That would be, like, to sum it up in a few words the best I can. All right, Israel, be perfect as I'm perfect. You tell mankind to do it, now do it. Literally do it. Go do it. And that's the weakness of the first covenant. Not the Father, not his law, not any of that being evil. The weakness is the inability of mankind knowing what the first covenant is, unable to keep in the heart of itself, therefore condemned and in death constantly, in confusion, sin, never overcoming the works of the devil. The heart works, the true, real things. The second covenant, it's like the first is already there. I don't believe I read anywhere that it got, like, in a way it's passing away, but it's continuing, because it's all his word, all the commandments. They didn't get abolished or something. And if someone abolishes the commandments sort of in this way, like, well, the first covenant's abolished in this way, and if you take the 10 commandments out, or any of the commandments, that's in his word, written down in verses. That means you have to take all the books out too. Someone ever think a little bit more before they make stupid, teachings out there, as if his commandments aren't spread out through all his word. What do they really do? Take out all his word. That's what you'd have to do. Throw away his commandments. You throw away everything, and throw away the Creator himself in the heart. But it's like, that's what it is, demanding, commanding for man to do it. That's like the utter proof. It's the utter thing of Israel there as a whole to be seen on a grand scale. The man just couldn't do it with the heart. And I mean, what utter does the Father test and prove all things himself? Jerusalem was destroyed, the temple shattered, and it's over. And yet Jerusalem didn't get destroyed because it's New Jerusalem. But there's something about the first Jerusalem that got destroyed and is no good. It's the carnality of it, of man's heart, not anything else. It's the carnality of the man's heart. He doesn't accept it. He destroyed it. Every stone fell. And from that point forward, it was like, I mean, as official as it gets. In a way, something ended and something else began. But what ended continued in that Jerusalem, I grew up, and he's still Jerusalem, just what it means now, and not the lower thing, but spiritual Jerusalem, the city, his kingdom. This is what stands. Anything that's wicked, anything that's evil, is also connected to carnality. And if it can be shaken and fall, it's carnal, and now the kingdom of heaven can't be shaken and fall in this way. Never gonna fall, because of the Father's power in his people doing the works in us. But it's through denial of self. And now he'll show us how to keep all these things that no one could keep in the heart before Messiah, in the heart. So then that's not doing away with his word. It's utterly saying every word is true. In fact, anything else than this is denying that every word is true. They do that. And then there's accusations that can mean what? Make it sound like something, doing away with it. No, we live by every word. On the contrary, the Father in us, that it is learning every word, counting every word, building us up. How to keep the commandments, and not by ourself, with the Father right there giving us. The self thing didn't work. That's called self-righteousness. This is really good, because he will do it. I mean, it's that simple. It just, my goodness, it's not being done in the heart. It's amazing. But, the world just can't do it. But now we can say that and not, and see for self that I see for self the same. It really is mercy. So then the believers believe in his mercy. Why mercy? Well, it's like a surprise. Like, why would he do that to some? But this is real. It's not just saying the words to sound good in religion and mean it. It's so sick when something's taken that's so valuable and good, and then it's just used to sound good and nothing to do with it. It really is mercy. It really is what on earth. It really is proving to his people that they can't do anything without him, that they never would have. Not only would you just stay away from him, you would never be able to do whatever's really required, whatever the true understanding of all his word and commandments are, never would be able to do any of it. Then he proves along the way constantly, but more as time goes on, a deeper proof, sort of remind you that you can't do it. Don't start tricking yourself now, because I gave you some good days now and some life, and you think you're doing pretty good. Okay, you're doing a lot of sin without you even realizing it, but that's because of his favor and my covering. Now let me put a little pressure on you, a little more pressure, and then you try to start slipping, maybe the Father's saying, and start thinking you're actually doing these good things and good works yourself, starting to believe the lie in the heart. Well, then he'll remind us then. No, it's not. And then it takes a burning out and destroying, because whatever wasn't destroyed yet in the beginning, you think it's good and it's not yet. It's just the way it is. That's how I see it. I mean, that's how I can say it on what I see, the growth. It really is that blind. Whatever we think we see and know, we should never even remotely think we know. You just keep going, keep asking, keep seeking truth, doing his will. How can someone see what they don't know yet? I mean, that's all the Father's been proving to me. That's what learning is, not. So then, how much did I not see 8 years ago? But during that time, not a whole lot on the mind about what I don't see. Literally, don't know what you don't know or see. But you sort of think, and this dies. Time goes by, and through his judgments and teaching and learning and knowledge and everything, you start believing that you actually don't know, which wasn't really there in the beginning. A real belief, like it becomes later. In the same way, it wasn't like that becomes later. You start actually literally believing that you cannot see unless he gives, and then he proves it over and over, to where you just accept it. And now it's like more of a perfect faith. It's going in that direction. It never was like that before. Believe it's nonsense. No one was good. No one's did what's right. And it's a long ways to go. It's a lot of learning someone needs to be done. It's what I've seen. The growth of it is also important. It just makes everything a little more complicated, doesn't it? It's already confusing enough without any growth, the world as it is. And now we're adding growth for believers, which means that different people may be a little different growth. That means you have to see the difference between that in a crooked and deceitful world already. Confusing. Makes it more confusing. It's like adding on to confusion. Not that that's a bad thing, growth, obviously not, but it's like just more discernment, more whatever the carnal man thinks is just stupid. It always needs to be discerned, everything at all times, for everyone in every single situation, a little different than over here, a little different than yesterday, a little different than tomorrow, a little different than this or that. It's like, if I was forced to try to write truth on a website, I would myself, I'm not, whatever someone else needs to find, whether that would be a sin or whatever, that's for someone to find out and ask the Father for real. But for me, answering for myself, if it had to be, I'd say I can't do it. I'd say I literally can't do it, because I could already imagine trying and going down the line of trying. And at the end, I just did all that so I can prove that I couldn't do it. Might as well just say it right away and not trick myself. It's like I'm not going to do any better than his very own word that people can read. But I'm not condemning that. I'm just saying I only use that example just to bring out that's like, it's not what I see. But when things are carnal, natural, you can do that. Everything is like that. Sort of boxes and categories and systems, and each thing in its own place, like always the same place pretty much. And I don't, and all the religious terminology and stuff, uh, it never's on my mind ever. Like if it gets on my mind, it just instantly goes away. I hate it. Or hear maybe some every now and then, maybe hear one of those words, and I just don't like it. It's creating your own rules. What does that have to do with walking in the Spirit and just hearing the Father and him teaching us how things are and what they mean, how it works. Man creates something out of his own delusional mind. He writes it down and then says, this is this, and this is what it is. It's something like, a little bit like whatever truth is, in that there's many different things. So then you have many different religious words and categories, ideas, but that's not real. And if you accept some, where's the end of that? If you accept a couple of these things, why not all of it? And if you only accept a few of them, that means it's like partiality and picking out of what was already partiality and picking out, and just saying, what, I just want this to be true, I want this to be true, I'll take this out. You can't play that. Just whatever is true. That's all I want to be shown. I don't want to try to pick it out myself and create something like that. Monstrous. It starts getting harder to relate to anyone in this world. Well, worse with unbelievers. I'm saying it gets even worse. Worse with anybody that's unbeliever. I mean, there's like, it's becoming closer to something we can read, but if we're not very close to that in the beginning, it's not very real to us the way it needs to be. It doesn't make sense, not very true the way it needs to be. We don't see the same proof that we need to. The more the Father gives and changes someone, the more spiritual minded, the more mind of Messiah they are, the more in his image, in the Father's image, in Messiah's image, which is the Father's image, that they become the spiritual image. The more enmity, the more light, the stronger like the enmity, the stronger the offense, the stronger the curse that you are to the world. Like I read, Jacob, Israel is, you were all cursings to the nations, you're all cursings, but we do read that they will become blessings to the whole world, to the world. Just that little scripture somewhere that somewhere about Israel being, all his people being cursings, from the perspective to those that are enemies. That's what they are. They're not literally cursings, it's just to see it through. They're cursings to those that hate the Creator. They're offensive, light. They're trouble, they're torment to them, and cursing, all that bad stuff. Then we read that same people become blessing and not a cursing anymore. Wonder why? Maybe because the kingdom will judge the earth. Maybe because the kingdom will bring all to him. But right now, it's pretty evident to me that his people are not a blessings to this world. That's so monstrously laughable to me, seeing it, whatever else he's given me to see. So many things come up to mind. It's not true. It's stupid. It's a lie. They're a curse to the world today. So then just understanding that, and it's in your mind and you see something about it, believe it. If someone dares say that the resurrection already happened or something like that, they have no clue how many scriptures they're denying. Well, everything. They have no clue how many contradictions and lies are being taught with one big lie. No clue. And when someone wants to believe that, they're literally end up being tunnel vision, only wanting to see what they want to see and literally blinded, but everything else, it's very convenient for them, because whatever goes against them, they're blinded to and want to be. They don't want to see it. They're blinded by the only things that, well, even naturally, even literally the word contradicting, they're blinded to the literal carnal things, blinded, not even literally blinded. It's true. And then conveniently you are blinded to the only thing that can prove that your doctrine is a lie. That is an utter taking of the Creator, man. What has he done? Mankind is stupid. He thinks he can play games without being punished and blinded and judged. No, he can't. But if someone's that blind, then they obviously won't believe they're blind. No, they won't. They'll be steaming with rage, turning red in the face, and keep selling those books. People get paid to deceive, lie, kill, steal, and destroy in the devil's world. When that starts getting seen deeper, this is insane. That's not what the world sees. I do see this. It's what I see. Hope other believers see it too, because it is important and it is insane, evil, but it needs to be seen. People get paid to lie to people. That's their job. They get paid to make hundreds of thousands or millions, whatever someone's position, more or less. Not only lying, which is sin, continually paid to lie, getting a paycheck, that paycheck to destroy people. Wow, what a tribulation that is. Nothing to do with tribulation and Messiah, but that's like their death is their tribulation, the spiritual death and destruction they're in, but they're not the tribulation of Messiah's people. Only those alive have that tribulation, not the dead. The dead don't know anything about that. But the wide gate is hard, and it's in its own way through this death that we don't want, we don't like. Don't want death, but not the real tribulation. Oh, they tell you too. They tell you so often, so many different ways and times, and entertainment and everything, what they do, different things. They tell everyone. They pour out their folly, and the enemies can't hide. They can't truly hide for anyone that's looking and seeing the Father showing us with sight. We cannot hide. He makes evil stupid, man. He makes them so stupid. And he'll do that to us, blind us too. I'm not anyone, but it's specifically, enemies think they're good. They think and I'm talking about the proof that they're no good and that they're prideful and they become fools in reality, where someone's doing evil and they're deceiving people and they know something about it. They hate the people they deceive. They cannot love them, period. That's a judgment. To try to hide this judgment, you make it look like you care about them through images, through things you sell, whatever. Say some certain things to try to hide that and hide the evil that they're really doing and intending to do. What was the specific thing, though, I had in my mind? Oh, yeah, so then they when they're doing these works, lying and deceiving and killing and destroying, they do not love with any kind of love from the Father at all. Zero. It's not an actual love. It's a judgment. It's hate. It's despising. This despising is leaked out. It shouldn't be. It's just that they can't stop. They can't not do it. They have to assume and think everyone is so stupid and blind because of what they're doing to people, deceiving or something, and just making a lot of money or something, whatever it is. They know something about it. So the people are real stupid idiots for believing what we're doing. They're getting a paycheck for doing the actual wicked works, for doing the actual wickedness and deceiving. So then they have to dump it on the people that they're selling it to and make fun of the crowd and the people they sell it to and say, these are dumb idiots. You're an idiot if you buy what I'm selling. Don't you know? And your mom's a whore and whatever, whatever direction someone goes in. This is sick. They are exactly what they're accusing the people they're deceiving. And they're that first. They're that first. They're the ones selling. They're the one giving destruction and lies themselves from their own will, from who and what they are. So then they get stuck in this and they have to dump that garbage onto someone else, the people.
because there's a judgment inside where there's disgust, actually, which is a strange thing because they're selling something that's not disgust, but in reality there's disgust. Oh, this is such a strong slavery. They're doing the damnable thing while there's disgust, while there's dumping their sin on other people, while they still like reaping the benefits from it carnally. And they slip out. They slip even literally all the time and reveal who they are and what they really believe of the people which makes them look like they're smart, which makes them look like they're not blind, as blind and blind as like the people that they deceive. They're blinder than the people that they sell and deceive too. It's the opposite. But just because the blind can't see that, it can't, because they're even more prideful. The more people deceive, the more people someone deceives, they're doing worse. They're more blind than someone that's deceiving less people and, doing less dark works than the other. It's the opposite. So then they have to try to cast an image from what the opposite from what's really happening. So that means like they're really good. Everyone else is really blind and stupid for buying our product or doing this or doing that. And they're the ones selling it. I mean, how do they not see that they're worse? They're the one doing it. You can't dump what you do onto someone else, and then when you do that, now you do good. Now you don't do that same evil. It's the one doing it. Like, am I mad? I'm mad. Is that just the world's just that blind? You know? Is it just that much healing that we need from our own blinding? It's always been like that. Yeah, it's just that blind we were now, just unblinding us, starting to see the blinding and death of this world that always was. It's crazy what it's doing. And we read that in Proverbs, I think, simply a liar, someone that gets lied or deceived, the liar hates those that he lies to or deceives. We read that simply. The liar hates. When we read hates, this is an evil work. This is the murderous hatred. Does not care at all. Those that it lies to cannot care. Cannot care and love at all. Cannot do it. I don't care what stupid man says, prideful monster. Always trying to reduce it to opinions. When we read simple thing like this, it's true. It's over already. And I see the works, it's like the Father does prove everything. We'll see, he'll get us to see the works that prove it. It won't be proof for them once again. So you just go away. Just go away from the evil. Touch not the unclean thing, and he will receive someone. That just for us to know and do. What if we do that? It's a promise to be received. If we're always doing that, it's for believers to want to do and know to do and see that promise. What's it mean? Touch not the unclean thing. What a great deceiver someone can be if they tell the people that the truth and understanding is not to touch, I don't know, a dead thing, literally. And now if you don't touch that, you're automatically received. I'm God. God has received you. Bringing out the lie in saying that that is the truth and higher thing and understanding. Saying that the lower thing, the carnal thing, the natural thing is the higher thing. And all someone has to do is believe what the person says there with their heart. And they're in continual sin. They're taken down. They're deceived. They never receive. They never do the real thing of touch not the unclean thing. That's how you get someone stuck in deception in a pit. It's a clever way of doing it. A clever way using his word. If someone never does what that means, they're not worshiping the Father in spirit and in truth, or in truth. Wow, that's a pretty big deal, but who cares? We'll just skip that. Bothers me today. Bothers the liar worship the Father in spirit and in truth. You don't like that, so I'll just pretend it's not there and never speak of it, never speak what it means. How strong is that blinding to think that not touching a literal dead thing is spiritual or has to do with worshiping with in spirit and with the heart and in truth to the Father? How is that connected there? Not only is this a lie by saying that thing is the truth, the higher thing, do they really realize it? That they're calling the Father a liar also at all times too? Pretty merciful, long-suffering Father, isn't he, for all the evil people do? Because then you say, this thing, if you do it like I say, he'll receive you. That's saying the Father will do something for doing a lie. It's calling the Father a liar constantly. Well, obviously his word's connected to him, but I mean, it's like directly, you know. People don't care about these things. The people doing those works don't care. They just want to keep, they just have this weird, wicked drive and incentive to keep doing the exact same thing they've been doing. And that's just to defend the delusion that they've been given. And they get stuck in it. And they just do the same carnal delusion and division, never change. How does a false prophet make himself look even more true? By saying he used to be a false prophet. It's something a believer might say something about, of course, is like, we're blind, we were literal sinners, we were false, we were no good. Just copy their words and have nothing to do with the heart, have nothing to do with truth. But if you say those words, you can use it to make yourself sound like you're of the truth by contrasting and saying, I used to be false. Has anyone ever considered and tested, what if someone's saying that just to hide and cover that they are false? Does anyone ask the question anywhere in this world? Can they see the difference? Obviously, they wouldn't see it, would they? If it's never asked, it's probably never seen. That doesn't take away for there being a true way, though, which must be sought after by the Father and by us asking him and seeking him. Doesn't take away that there's not a good way, just because most of the time it's evil. You know, it doesn't, but that's what the enemy's done. He makes the truth look messed up and perverted, blends it in with everything else and craps on it. It's what it kind of looks like already in this world. So that you take away what you want to take away. And there's like a sorcery and power when someone reads Chief of Sinners. They don't see what it means. They did the sorcery on them because they got some other carnal meaning on what it is to be false and sinner and used to be false and chief of sinners. They don't see what that means. They took away all of it. It's no effect. They turn it into no effect. That's the magic. That's the magician's trick. You say the right words, say the very words of his word, and somehow make it no effect. Wow, because magic isn't real, is it? It's through this darkness is through the lies, lying wonders. The wonders are always connected to lies. And it's trickery and deception and magicians at work, sorcery, smoke and mirrors, like they say. Well, I think I'm about out. There's nothing anyone can do to prove the Father's things in this world, in this court, on the earth. Each one just has to seek him individually, and that's it. Be concerned about that all times yourself. Then if we do that, he'll do these other things. And if we do that, he'll provide whatever's needed. And in the meantime, it's like everything else is like such a massive distraction from doing the Father's will. It's amazing. It was kind of odd. What is it? A couple days ago, I actually had a guy lie to me at the McDonald's window this time. It's usually women, but they do it too. Oh, yeah, they do it too. Went to the menu, drive through, asked for whatever was on my order. Part of the order was 2 ranch and like 2 spicy buffalo sauces. Said it loud and clear. They even asked, how many again? 2 of each. And I saw them put 2 and 1 for the other one. Okay, here we go again. They're going to do it wrong at the window. So I get at the window, I get the bag, and I say, are there 2 to the guy in his face now? Already did it once with the menu. It's like the 3rd time now, because first I was asked, then I was asked again and repeated at the menu. Now I'm asking right in front of his face with the bag in his hands, is there 2 of this and 2 of that? He looks and takes a few seconds to look and says, yes, there is. That wasn't good enough because it just already had that sense. No good. I checked it. Sure enough, there was 1 instead of 2 of one of them, which sounds like a small matter, sauce. Step on it and it squirts the road. Done. It's not talking about the sauce by itself. And it's a nasty work too that people try to do to hide truth. Think you're talking about sauce. That's what they talk about. They think you're talking about worthlessness when they are. Literally, they are. And we're not talking about worthlessness, talking about real things. Just because they're blind now, we talk about worthlessness. That's amazing. So I went inside real quick and, said I need one of these sauces. This was a lie. I took a peek at the guy at the window and he looked over. When he saw me, he instantly turned away and I saw sorrow. He knew he lied. It was instant condemnation and judgment from above, not from me. And then I felt bad for the guy. It just is like anger and then feeling bad. It's just so difficult. It's like back and forth. And it's like, that's how it always has to be, it seems. Somehow doing the 2 without contradicting, it's what needs to be done. Then the woman that gave me it, after I said just simply, just revealing, said, no, it was a lie. She started to support him, like like they always do, devil supporting devils. Because why? Not because she cares about the guy at the window. She didn't care at all about him. If someone cared about him, they would speak truth, not lies. She's supporting lies. It looks like she cares for him. How does she know how to look good and care for the guy when she's not doing that at all? Zero. She's being threatened and exposed by me just simply saying this was a lie. He lied. That's it. That's all I said. Because she does that all the time. I'm talking about the real things in the heart. She got exposed. Someone else is an unbeliever. They're in darkness too. To save their soul, they need to defend the other person so that they're saved. It's pretty simple. That's why it looks like she did what she did, which makes it look like she cares for the guy. In reality, she's defending wickedness. She's defending a literal lie. When it actually happens, then you could go to church, go with your friends, do stuff, talk about lies and politics lie, and I don't lie. And all I ever see in reality is lies. What is that? It must be a delusion. We're talking about real, actual, literal lies. Actual, literal lies. And I see defending of lies just like I read. I don't see anything else. Because when people are talking about lies carnally, it needs to be seen why they're saying what they're saying. They don't care about lies. They do not care. A devil cannot care about actual lying. They don't. They're never convicted. They never care. They don't have a conscience spiritually about lying, especially, and murdering, all the commandments breaking constantly. I didn't say too much more, but you know, she started saying that, and I lifted up the sauce and I said, "It's not about the sauce." Pointing at the stupid sauce. Said, "I'm doing a delivery," and it was a lie. And then I walked away. I just said what it was. That's all. It's sort of like speak a little louder to like listen. I didn't say that. I just she was supporting the lie. Unbelievable. Defending it. There was no denial of it. It was done on purpose. Period. They think we're stupid and blind, like the whole world. Like the Father doesn't ever heal his people. That's connected to him. They say the Father's powerless. It's not about us. They don't believe he can do this. The guy had sorrow. The guy had instant judgment because it was revealed just simply that it was a lie. That's it. No cussing needed, no murder needed. Just said what it was. That's it. And I see that, and I see that death. And then I imagine, what is his life like every single day? If someone considers it, this death is no good. So it's like sad, sorrow, anger. Yeah, it's all messed up, man, this world. Same with the woman, too. After saying it's not about the sauce, they try to make it about the sauce. They do that, not us. We'll be accused for doing that while they do it in reality. It makes it look like they have more understanding than carnal. It makes it look like you have more understanding than carnal, only natural. When you make something that's like about sauce look stupid, when you make it look like we're making a giant deal out of something that's nothing, that makes it look like something, which is an image, and it's not happening. Not happening. Just because they see that with everyone else doesn't mean it's happening to every single literal person, as if there is no believer in the world. But it would be happening with most. That's true. Just defending its lies, defending its evil, defending it every single day, practically, just done on purpose every day, multiple times per day, a lot of times. So it averages to at least once a day. I don't know what the literal thing is, 2 times a day, 3, 1, sometimes none, but it's plenty of days, multiple times. So what's the average? Virtually every day, on purpose. And then you just see the reaction and works when something is said once in a while, which proved the first thing. It proved it. There's nothing anyone can do when truth comes their way like that. They have nothing to say because they're being seen for real. Wherever someone thinks they're not seen, they can keep on going, but it just is what it is. Now I read, don't lie. It's a commandment. It's one of the 10 commandments. This is what happened today. A lie. You lied to your neighbor right to his face while pretending to what? Look, make sure it wasn't right, and then say it was. This was no accident. That's what I'm trying to bring out, which is a literal lie. I read that liars don't inherit the kingdom like this. Liars, every liar and has their part in the lake of fire. Might be something to overcome. Doesn't mean we never lie again. Doesn't mean we're not going to be needing a lot of chastising judgment. The wicked don't care at all. They don't know what it is. There's no love to not lie. There's no spirit in them that doesn't want to lie. And that's what it is. Now it's just for out of hate for evil. That's it. No one can believe it. Because the words are something similar of what anybody would do hardly if someone does evil to them. Someone could get angry and say, it's not personal, it's not personal. They all say the right words, say the same words to look like what they need to look like. And for most people, they're murdering, they're wicked, they're getting viciously angry, they want revenge. So when they see something similar, It won't be believed. You're doing the wicked thing for sure. Crazy. No one there. No one in all of Albany. I'm not saying I literally know that there's literally no one, but I mean, it's just bad. No one I'm seeing that cares about anything, which is true and good, cares about the creator of the heavens and earth and Messiah at all. To keep his commandments, do his will. There is a way, and I just want to say that again and again, because it's so big and important. There is a way to do good always, but it needs to be actual good from above. It can't be fake, but there's always a way to do the good thing. On every evil version and carnal wickedness, there's a good thing. It just won't be believed on by this world. That's all. No big deal. No one will believe you. No big deal. It just has to do with everyday life. Every time you wake up and go to sleep, nobody believes you. No big deal. And that is the life. No big deal. Try to sort of bring out some things like people just, they don't listen. They don't care in this world at all. And they try to brush off anything that even remotely they don't like. They don't even remotely understand or comprehend that, this is like not a joke or something. They don't even remotely comprehend that the devil literally sends a flood. It's literal for us. What the natural man, what the carnal man esteems as an abomination to the creator, what he has and esteems in his heart in reality is an abomination to the Father. And so it is the world we live in. So it is for the life of a believer. Tribulation. For doing good. Specifically for doing good works. This is a specific tribulation for doing. And the devil comes after his people now. A little in the beginning, a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. And all the Father has to do is allow him to do what he does. That's it. And it just comes. The reason why the whole world's not coming and just shooting us all down at once is because that's his restraint and protection. He doesn't have to do any evil directly. He doesn't. Carnal man is capable all of himself, and with an enemy, my goodness, with an actual power in darkness that's way greater than one single man, he's toast without the Father, period. Deceived and taken. He makes it difficult for the elect with his power. They're scarcely saved. Without him, it's laughable, no chance. But all the images and all the things in this world already make it look like there's no truth to that. There's nothing to see. There's no battle. Because they don't see anything. That's why. If they did, they wouldn't be saying or doing what they're doing. They don't see anything to overcome. What? I do a good job looking good. What? So his word, you're making a big deal out of nothing. You're reading nothing. Christians will do this. Church world, the harlot. Right, it is nothing to them because they can't see everything that comes from above. It's nothing, therefore, to them. It just is the reality. Sometimes I picture it, I'm going, wow, this is crazy. Because the teaching is that those that are dead, they're dead. Something like being dead. And you just picture yourself, if someone's an unbeliever, they're dead. And every time you speak to an unbeliever, you're speaking to a dead person. It's like going to the grave and opening the thing and just like, well, I guess we don't have to do that, but just going to the grave for the person and just literally speaking to him as if he could hear. My goodness. That's literally what's happening spiritually. They can't hear. Why? Well, here's what happens though. Every now you're supposed to do good. It's for our testing. It's not for what we create for product and money and all this garbage. You're supposed to learn to do good. What kind of test is better than to talk to a dead person that hates you and doesn't understand you at all? and then you still do good to them anyways. Is there a greater test than that? I don't know of any. But every now and then, for speaking to someone in the grave, Matt, picture it, they come alive. It shouldn't happen. Every now and then, someone, you go to the graveyard, you start talking to the dead, which is not teaching to do this. They're just saying it's something like the natural thing. And then it's kind of crazy, but, spiritually dead. And then every now and then, someone might come alive. But you're supposed to do the same good to those that hate you and are dead as the one that ends up believing and coming alive. Who's doing that in reality when the test comes? And just trying to bring out that it's crazy what people are claiming. They sure talk a lot in this world. I can see the difficulty of it extremely. And well, the impossibility actually for self. But it's difficult with the Father, but it's impossible with man. I see that, to do the required thing. And people are casually eating, drinking, getting married, as it saying a few cheap words, could say the same words we do, whatever, and pass it off as if they're just quickly, easily. It's sick. And they did, yeah, you overcame the world already, huh? That easy for you, huh? Okay. You won't be laughing in the judgment. They're laughing because they're already in destruction now. It's just another hardcore masquerade. People are not doing good. They're in death, like our Father says, for sin. And death is never life. It's not 50-50. It's death. Some more death, some less death, but all death. Sort of like the bottomless pit picture. Some more, some deeper, some shallower, but it's all death and darkness. It's all a pit. And you feel sorry for the dead, it's supposed to have pity. But, when someone does violent evil to you and do it on purpose, something way greater than just sauce too, now you love them the way you would anyone else. That same way that someone that treats you nicely, let's say. Same heart. Same heart. Who's doing it? And I mean, it is the same, isn't it? Because we can't murder our enemies. That's you shall not murder. Forgot about the 10 Commandments. You shall not envy. All that are in darkness envy all those that have life and light, because they have something that they don't. That's what envy is. That's the foundational understanding of envy, is having something someone doesn't. Oh, you got a car, envy. You got this, envy. Yeah, but what about spiritual envy? Abel has offering accepted that Cain doesn't. That's how he shows it. But the spiritual things from above and his life, the wicked see. They don't know what it is or understand it, but they see it, though. They see life. They don't know what it is. It's strange. They have to call it freaky and wicked, gay, faggot, whatever, Messiah is gay. Talking about themselves. How many people did they screw that were guys with their heart? Never considered it, can't see it. That's what the Father actually sees. Forget the natural thing right now, the lower thing. That's for kids. We should never do that. It's like an utter agreement with the commandments, not trashing them. That's not the high thing. That's not the heart thing. It's connected to it, but by itself, it's not it. It takes to break the higher thing to break the lower thing, but you can keep the lower thing by itself without keeping the higher always. So then just on it goes. It continues, man. You never know. You never know what kind of attack it will be. I never know, although a lot of times I have something in my mind right before it happens, and it happens exactly like I thought. Like you don't try. You don't even know. You don't try. Any hint of trying is someone that's already a false prophet. They're the ones that try to make it work out. Real prophecy is never trying. It just does. He just works. He just moves right in that second. That's that's the gift. That has nothing to do with man, and that's why he hates it, because it needs to be of self. When it's of self, it's never the true thing. It's never from above, from the Father. Now that takes some overcoming too, because it can be a little bit disappointing to see that it's not from self. You start believing it, and yet you prophesy something, but it's not from self, meaning you're prophesying without even realizing it is prophecy yet so many times. Or then you see something, or maybe it was for someone else and you never saw it, but it became true, you know. But it's like seeing something before it happens spiritually, and then it happens. But it's like it's just on the spot. It's not trying. It doesn't work like that. It's like as soon as I do that, I start seeing the difference. Like, let me try a little bit. Like, wait a second. It's stupid, because if I try, that means I'm going to do things to try to make what I say end up right just so it looks right. And that's retarded. That's not, that's selfish and blind. But that's what it'll be accused for, won't it? It's what things they do. Carnal man always does that. That's the only thing he can do, is try to make his own words come true on purpose. They do that works because the revelation is the natural man receives no revelation or prophecy or anything from above. It's the carnal man doing that. He hides by saying that and calling the real thing that. That's how he hides that that's what he is exactly for everything. That's how he hides. He only says that just to hide. We say it because we see it, because it's happening, not to hide. It's gross, you know, and whatever doesn't come from self, you can't boast from self. If we just do whatever the right thing is and believe in him for real, then the good thing happens. But you want to do it ourselves? Okay, not happening. You know, it's like a hard lesson. It's kind of like the keeping the commandments for self. Okay, go ahead and try. You know, it's not happening. But the difference between that self-righteousness and the Father's righteousness is not saying a few cheap words. That's not the difference. So the only difference is the actual works. That's it. That speaks whether someone believes and understands a belief or teaching versus someone that just says the words and has no understanding, never does it. The difference is the works and understanding and actual works and belief. And sometimes, you know, you don't know. Just say, I don't know. That's that's what that's what growing and seeing more is if someone's growing, that they need to see more things. But when you start seeing something newer, there's a lot more to see on that thing. So therefore, in the beginning, it's like, I need to see more. I don't know for sure this or that or this or that. Just, I've just, I better end it here, I guess. Now, what time is it? Oh, wow. Oh, it's going to be fun to wake up if I wake up. It's a strange thing. It's like it's like he does it on purpose that you can't get normal sleep all the time. I don't know. Maybe cycles better and worse sometimes, but I didn't feel moved to do it 7 hours earlier. What if he actually tells you something at a certain time? Can someone imagine this? And the Father speaks to Moses at a certain time, for example, and what just, no, go away. I mean, I know, what's one of the difficult things over time is to find out if you're doing that and have you done that. It's just seeing whether you are walking in the Spirit more perfectly is not seen right away, and I don't know at all. Meaning, I don't always know whatever the current thing is perfect, and perfectly His will. I just don't know. Just believe that it'll work out. That's it. It'll get better. I think people are so far gone and lost in this world. I mean, to hear His voice is utter insanity in this world. Anything even remotely like that, to hear from the Father is insane. People are lost, darkness. And it wants to keep you there, it wants to bury you, throw everything you've got at you. That's going to come our way. It's like mud getting thrown over here or something. And then they say, after someone throws the mud on your face, point the finger and say, you got mud on face. You're a sinner. You're dirty. You threw it on my face. Wake up. That's like the works of the blind right there. I mean, it's so bad, it's funny to some degree. Yeah, of course, if I threw mud on someone's forehead and then say you're dirty, they think that actually works. That's the scary part. Not that there's mud on the face, not that by itself, but that there's mud on the face, meaning you are a sinner now. Come on. How do people do that? It's like intent to kill, steal, and destroy and take down. That's not good. That's not the works of the Father and Messiah in us, man. It's not. It's the works of the devil. But the people doing it all day long never actually ask or pray about it, do they? They don't ask or care about what they think they don't do or what they know they don't do, and they don't care. So it's a problem. With no care, it's already bad enough, but now never seeing that that's what's being done is another problem. Yeah, killed all the day long. Starting to relate to that a little bit more over time. It doesn't really make sense when you don't live the actual meaning and reality of what that means. So then you just make it up, make something up, or just leave it behind and forget it. So then just wait. That's it. And just only want whatever is true from Him. That's it. To ask for that and just wait and keep asking. Although not like repetitive, like we read in the same prayer, repeating, 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 repeating. And because we say it so many times that they're gods, it's like Messiah said this, that they serve or whatever, it will become true because of repeating so many times, in that same prayer, like over and over again. Who hasn't done that? But the real value is, why would someone do that? And why should we stop doing that? Well, part of the reason for doing that is not quite enough faith. It's just weak or less than what it needs to be to stop doing that. It's not real belief. So then it's like, if I say it a bunch of times, someone literally, I know what that thing is. It needs to be seen in someone's own mind. But it's like, our Father, unlike the golden calf gods, we say it once with our heart, he heard it. That's it. If it's done with the heart, he heard it. I mean, he's not stupid. Maybe if I say it 3 times, he'll hear me better. That's not our creator. It could be mankind or something. That's not the Father. And just remember, one thing among many to remember. But it is interesting that, it's like everyone has gods or Elohims, if you will, God, something they pray to, or even if it's not, it's still a god in some kind of way, shape, and form, an image of the beast, all the same spiritually. But you just have to wonder how much people are hiding, because that's what I've seen. There's hidden things to make the Father's word look like a lie. And it's happening all the time. The truth, what he says people do is happening. But they do a pretty decent job of trying to hide a lot of it. It's happening though. That is the work of the devil and serpent and just evil. It's constant hiding and lying and already doing the backwards thing, desperately trying to make the Father look like a liar and make self look good. Man is God, let the Father be the liar. That's what it's trying to look like already. So don't buy it. Or everyone needs discernment, and not to just buy what someone automatically says or what they look like and all that stuff by itself. Garbage. But only good if it matches the inside. That's it. And that's the connection with the commandments. By itself, the lower thing, no good, but the higher thing is the good thing. But then that lower thing is good when it's all done with the true meaning inside. So, someone, for example, just like, okay, don't tattoo yourself, and then they don't. Yeah, but what did that person receive for that one thing, to listen to somebody's command? It's already going to be out of the false thing, which is pride, selfishness, self-righteousness, and now I'm better because of this knowledge here. And those that tattoo themselves, they're sinners and dirty. I'm better than that. Then it's like, that makes it sort of sound like it's trashing the commandment, maybe, and it's not. It's just in a certain way compared to the real things, it sounds like it. But then that commandment's not worthless and stupid. There's always a connection, and it's just if someone's willing to do the lower thing, especially, I guess, a lot of it, they're more than willing. They're already proving they're willing to continually already have breaking what that really means in the heart. Otherwise, they never would have done it. But does it mean that someone that doesn't do that in and of this world is keeping the higher thing and what it really means? No. Oh, head down, close your eyes, go to sleep. If seeing all these different things makes it a mad world. Anybody could say anything, but we can't say anything. But what it looks like, no one caring could say whatever they want, they think. And don't cut yourself. So now, is it about the literal cutting all by itself? No. But if someone does cut themselves, that's evil. That's not good. I mean, that garbage is connected to who knows kind of heavy witchcraft and wicked sorcery. Blood brothers, right? I wonder how often it happens. But it's not about that literal thing by itself, though, never by itself. There's a way to do it spiritually, spiritual wickedness in high places. There's a meaning. It's nasty, man. Everything backwards. It's like utter proof that their father's the devil when you see these nasty works. It's perfectly backwards. The sorcery's so strong. Some of these big time preacher men, like I saw a clip sometime back here, just disgusted me. Where they like, whether it was real or they pretended the blood, but they did the whole ritual thing and said, blood brothers, two ministers, Christianity religion leaders, blood, making a connection to the East. They had it right. West doesn't. Oh, crazy, man. Sick. Someone's going to tell me that's just a little different opinion or something. Make us look wicked for bringing out that evil. I'm not sure who that is if they do that continually like that. Not sure I know that person that does that continually. It supports monstrous evil like that. But and yet at the same time, it doesn't mean that someone does something like that one time. That's the difficult thing. What if we see a believer do something? But then, you know, maybe they repent or we don't see it. It's difficult to try to just do what the perfect thing is constantly. But or for self, the unbelievers never praying like, show me if I do evil so I could see it, so I could repent, because if I don't see it, I'll never repent. Is that what's in the heart, in the actual heart of unbeliever? Of course not. It's never actually doing that. It's already good. It's already perfect in the heart. You're like, repentance becomes like a mockery, like you repent for doing good, like Pharaoh. I can't believe I let the people go. Wow, that was wicked. Stupid idiot. Why did I do that? I'll tell you why, Pharaoh. Because the father blinded Pharaoh to let the people go through. And he couldn't do anything about it. And because of Pharaoh, it shows the father's power and glory, of which it wouldn't in the same way without Pharaoh. That's how valuable Pharaoh is. Pretty valuable in a way, I mean, and then considering, what I mean is like even now in the evil darkness, it's bringing something out. But knowing what it will be in the future too. But there's like a purpose still. It's like, I mean, it is a hard way, but Judas does bring something out, and it's all for a purpose. It's still working out something good, even though it's actual evil or unbelief continually, which is always amazing. But it won't be seen from Pharaoh himself, this thing. It's not seen from him. It's just seen for those that are being, taught by the Father to see these things that he does. It would be offensive to Pharaoh and the Egyptians. He didn't want to do that from the heart. He didn't, he came to his senses, like someone comes to their senses, but it's like backwards. He came to his senses to go and to chase them, to kill them. That's backwards. You come to your senses from doing evil and repenting from evil. It's repenting from this sort of good thing here, where you let them go. I repent after all the plagues. My last move is going to chase them, and my army will follow them. And the blind leader leads the blind, and all of them fall into the Red Sea. Been taught. what we're reading. It's pretty important what we're doing with the heart with somebody, because if it's connected to a blind, if it's connected to a blind and they're being worshipped, they're going to follow them no matter where they go, spiritually speaking, into the ditch, destruction, blinded. And once again, that makes the true way sort of look muddy and messed up and confused, because it does look like Messiah gathers disciples for himself. It's so nasty just to see this thing and be reminded of it all the time. The evil thing here, what it does and what it makes it, the truth look like. It looks like he gathered disciples for himself. It looks like that. Could be accused like that. But whoever the actual false accusers are, they can't see. They can't see the good thing. They can't see that they are doing the bad thing that they're accusing. Because it's an attack. The Father's it's like an extra blinding, even right on the spot. If you attack someone for the purpose of defending self and traditions and doctrines so you're not exposed, it's like an extra blinding right in that moment. It's the only reason someone does it, is attack is not good. And they don't realize they do it. It's amazing. They can never acknowledge it. I've seen the stubbornness, the stiff neck, just won't move. And what does the truth look like? It looks like that. Stubborn, stiff neck, and doesn't move. What's the difference, And here's how Messiah knows truth. Whatever he hears, he knows it's true, and it's confident, it's on a rock, it's foundational. It doesn't move, not tossed by every wind of doctrine. What's it look like? He's not changing. He's not backing down on what he believes. Stiff-necked, resistor, evil. And then there's the false evil thing that looks similar to that on the outside again, that are they're not changing, they're not moving, but it's because they're supporting false doctrine in reality and can't let it go, and are supporting evil and defending self so that it can't be exposed as a liar. And it kind of looks the same on the outside, doesn't it? It's amazing to me. It's like, just never hear it, man. That's all. I never hear it. It's unreal. I don't know what isn't like that. I'm thinking maybe some things are. I think all of the commandments, everything. There's like a way. That's like how it looks all the time. A way to do evil while looking good. A way to do evil while looking like the true thing. See, no one actually believed the sickness of the world that we read. But then when it starts coming in, it's like the reality of those words, like, wow, that really makes sense now. And I can't imagine how much more there is to see, because it's already, makes me sick. No clue. Not no clue. I just don't know on like a scale or percentage wise. I don't know that, but what a hard thing. Sometimes maybe want to quit, but not really. not really want to quit, just sort of in spite a little. But then you see too much and see that you're, what the uh, darkness is now, and the stupidity and evil of it, the judgment, the death that'll come, the blinding and confusion, loss of faith. It's like, oh man, yeah, okay, yeah, go back to that or keep going forward, narrow way. That's it. A stern judge, stern creator for sure. And Messiah is like the mediator, sort of like the mother. Be easy on him. You know, Moses is saying, don't destroy him, just all here. Please don't do that. Sort of has the people's pleading pleading for their life. Um, sort of like a sort of like a mom does. You know, you can picture it where she's kind of just like easier and sort of, come on, don't be so hard on him. And the father's like real stern and hard because he knows it's for, you know, the consequence of making something. Just let it go, of course, stern judge, something like that. But way greater and perfect because that was an example with mankind as he is. So something like that. Just a pretty big deal. And we read it like someone might wonder, I mean, over and over again, sacrificing. How much sacrifice did they do, Israelites? Like, that's a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice. You start realizing, wait a second, that's why it's a lot, because it is a lot. It's a lot of sin. It's a lot of sacrifice, you know. But Messiah sacrificed once only and not over and over again like that. But, it's a lot of sin. Well, these sin, more sacrifice. You wouldn't want to abuse that. Just hate to do that. But yet, like, I see the need. If not, dead long time ago. Need it and yet don't want to abuse it. Well, that's difficult too. To abuse his truth. Yeah, never want to do that. Something came to mind. I don't know if I said it before like that, because we read like Father saying to Moses, speak to the children of Israel. Just came to mind one day. He's telling Moses to speak to the children of Israel and tell them to do this. Isn't that the Father telling Messiah to tell us right now to do whatever that really means? Interesting. Speak to the children of Israel, but Messiah in heaven, do this, do this, do that, do this. This is good. This is no good. This is how you keep this. This is how you don't keep that. Don't touch that. This is okay. That's not okay. Maybe that's why we read it like that. Messiah in heaven, Moses on the earth, on the mountain, representing higher, I guess above, but not, but still on the earth, nevertheless. Still on the earth. And he comes down the mountain and finds the people with the image of the beast, the golden calf god, coming down from the mountain. It's like Messiah checking, the Father checking every generation, coming back and seeing what we read there. But then what does the end hold? Isn't it not what I read? That Moses does come down and will find, and I do read somewhere, will I find faith on the earth? Is that how it's read? Will I find faith on the earth when I come, or will I find faith on the earth? It's kind of, it's like that question you know the answer to already, like practically no, just very little. All right, I think that's all I got, but it came to my mind like that. Now it's like if I reread a bunch of things, it might just see it in a new light just because of one thing. It's kind of how he works. See something you didn't quite see. All right, peace. Take care. Seek truth from above.